Okay, we are live.
Thanks, Chelsea. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Jenna Miller. I'm the Public Design Commission's Director of Urban Design and Policy. I'm standing in today on behalf of Executive Director Sriyoshi Banerjee, who is out on parental leave. If you are joining us remotely via Zoom and would like to testify, please be sure to sign up via the Google Form link, which is shown on screen as well as on your agendas. And then as a reminder, commissioners, please be sure to turn on and move your microphones close to your mouth while speaking, so that everyone online can hear you. And for those of you who haven't voted yet, please go do so tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'm Deborah Martin. I'm Chair of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items numbers 30004, 30005, and 30040 to 30066. Due to lack of in-person quorum at the public meeting of May 27th, 2025, item numbers 3004 and 30,004 and 30,005 were unable to be approved, but were given a recommendation for approval and are included in today's consent agenda. I want to note a few recusals. Commissioner Castilla is recused from item number 30045. Commissioner Tisch, who is attending this meeting remotely, is recused from items 30005 and 30064. Commissioner Van Bramer is recused from items 3004 and 3005. Jenna Miller, Director of Urban Design and Policy, is recused from item 30046. The certification for that project will be handled by Carolina Llano, our Director of Art, Design, and Technology. Are there any other recusals to note? Okay, seeing none, I'll now call for a vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please make sure your microphone is on and vote. Give me your vote for the consent agenda. Seth Armstead.
Approval.
Isabel Castilla.
Approval.
Bill Heinzen.
Approval, and want to thank the Conservation Advisory Group and PDC staff for sticking with the Brooklyn Heights Library bas relief restoration. The library, unfortunately, to the concept that public art is not disposable. So thanks to everyone for sticking with it. I think the result is good.
Great, thank you, Bill. Carrie Maloney, can I have your vote?
Approval.
Manuel Miranda.
Approval.
Merrill Tisch.
Approval.
Jimmy.
Approval.
I also approve all, so let the record show that the consent agenda has been approved unanimously with the recusals noted. We'll now begin the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30068, preliminary review for the construction of a life sciences building, Innovation East Life Sciences at 455 First Avenue on First Avenue between East 26th and East 27th Street in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. We can now proceed with the presentation. Welcome, Gail.
Thank
And
you.
welcome, team.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, and members of the community and attendees. Your presenters today for Innovation East are from Enniad Architects, starting with Chris Stoddard and then Peter Schubert. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here presenting our Innovation East project to the commission located at 455 First Avenue. I just want to quickly speak to the team. The team is made up of Taconic Partners and their subsidiary Elevate Research Properties, collaborating with Divco West. Our prime tenant for the project will be the NYU Grossman School of Medicine. ENIAD is the architect and the EDC is the lead agency. Joining Peter and me to help answer questions at the end of their presentation, we also have Margot Peterson of Taconic, John Rappaport of Divco West, Nick Williams of Fried Fank, Julie Hendricks is joining online from Cato and DeMilly, Maria Olson from VHB, who can speak to landscape, and Gigi Lee and Ben Kuhn from the EDC. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Peter.
All right. Innovation East is on First Avenue between 26th, 27th. It's part of the new innovation corridor along the First Avenue. To this part. Yeah, as you can see, the public health is there now. This is its existing conditions. It will be moving up north to about in the Harlem area. This is one of the streets we'll be talking about. It is not part of the site, but it will have something to discuss in terms of improvements. All right, this is the corridor that I just mentioned, the 27th Street corridor. Currently, it is with cars and whatnot, but it is a nice brick corridor. Our property line is the red line. The client will work with the city to basically remove the cars and to do whatever improvements are necessary. Any other comments? Nope. So here is the red line surrounding the site. And you can see the property line is quite snug up against all the streets except for 26th Street, so that there will be a lot of room for trees over there. This is the existing neighborhood right now. It's basically got some institutional buildings, part of eScience, Alexandria properties, and some of NYU's work. So that's one set of context. The other set of context is farther to the west, which is mostly residential and brick and tall towers. Here you can see the initial proposal, which was along, in this case, it was east-west section. What we're doing is, based on the initial comments, we lowered the building 40 feet. That way it aligns pretty much with the existing conditions up and down First Avenue. As you can see now that the innovation heat, the 40-foot reduction was approved by the zoning envelope. Here is the initial facade, which was at this point the initial submission. It was just one cotton wall type throughout the building. Based on conversations, we've come up with a number of different strategies to break down the scale of the building, both in terms of its fenestration as well as its mass. Here is also the side elevation that you can see the setback along First Avenue. And now we've actually taken that setback, made a kind of iconic cube out of it that basically has a real presence on First Avenue. And then towards the west, we achieved a more vertical fenestration that also has a coloration that is an alignment with some of the residential buildings. Ground floors are important. The opportunity here, particularly with life sciences, that it's basically a community center in effect, because it will have a life science multi-purpose room in lieu of retail. Then this will be a day and potentially evening event space, beautifully designed from the street. Innovation East lobby in the middle, and then a retail cafe and bike lobby to the 27th Street side. So most of it and everything that can be transparent will be transparent. Here you can start to see again sort of how that space is going to work, with crowds gathering along 26th Street, along the retail at the top. One of the things that we talked about was being able to get direct retail entrances to the lobby, particularly along the 27th and First Avenue. And then would have direct access to the south. We will be going up a couple of stairs on First Avenue to achieve this, but within the building, there will be no stairs. Very typical, well, I mean, always with life science, the Carmel Street has where all of the loading is. And it's basically across the street from a park, but we have been able to achieve a pretty subtle facade along there, and we'll look at that when we show you the facades. Life science buildings are all about flexibility. What rules life science buildings are the labs. in the sense that they're 11 feet bench to bench. So rather than a 5-foot module, you usually end up with, in this case, an 11-foot module or a 5/6 module curtain wall. Flexibility in this case was important, so you can divide it into 4, 2, or 1 tenant per floor. This is something that will be decided later. There is one floor that has access to a roof space. And then as you go up, obviously, there's a curtain, there's a kind of a double sort of parapet at the top of the building, one where basically the curtain wall stops, and then as you go in, there'll be a maintenance sort of zone around that area, and then there'll be an enclosed mechanical systems that come up from the top of the building. Here you can see basically everything I spoke to, a couple of different facade types to break down the scale of the building. Now a distinct sort of massing with the cube of the building facing First Avenue. There will be a terrace, there'll be a mechanical floor that also has an additional setback to hide the additional mechanical equipment. Once again, we got as much glass and transparency in the bottom of the building. And most exits or most entrances are street exits with the exception of First Avenue, which will go up a couple of stairs, but obviously ramps on north and south of that. Here you can start to see the facade along Carmel, 3 loading docks that are basically enclosed by a stone border. And then on 27th Street, there you'll see a very transparent facade that'll be retail as well as bike storage. Typical section through the building, very straightforward floor to floors and very continuous sort of flexibility. Now there's basically 2 strategies to the facade. One is what we call the cube, and you can see the cube in the lower right. Basically, that is kind of a lower scale building that is going to be quite glistening. It's going to be anodized aluminum, very crisp edges, 8 inches of depth. So we get plenty of shade of shadow. And then there's some movement of the facades throughout so that it is not one continuous facade, but has a kind of vibration that you'll see in the renderings. The next facade is one that's basically towards the Carmel Park to the west. Also going to be a kind of a warm-toned metal facade, high floor to floors, sort of at 14 feet, which will be very nice and transparent. Basically, also conforms to the latest codes regarding sustainability in terms of the ratio between transparency and solid. Here you can start to see in a way to break down the scale of the building. So you can start to see the 2 masses. There will be what we call the reveal between the 2 masses. So there'll be a real distinction. One facade will not mesh into the other, but they will appear to be 2 separate volumes. Now let's get closer to the facade. Now you can start to see the cube facade that is all anodized aluminum, 2-story reed, and there's quite a little bit of a vibration to that facade in the sense that it's not continuous, but one pin turns left, one pin turns right. So it has a little bit of movement and life as you move around the building. The facade to the back is going to be kind of a champagne metal facade. And we're also looking at that as opposed to having a lot of depth, something that is actually sort of a neutral palette and a neutral sort of facade so that the cube really comes forward as the signature of the building. Sort of a close-up of these vertical fenestration that go up the Carmel and the back of the sort of the support to the cube. We're actually giving a texture to them. They're kind of a concave, which should be a little unusual so that they'll have a lot of life, catch the light. A lot of attention to First Avenue facades in terms of transparency. Again, here, the front entrance to the building, up a couple of stairs, although left and right, kind of a dramatic set of ramps that lead up to this entrance. So that obviously you approach the building not frontally, but from the north and south. So that seems very appropriate. Here you can start to see the storefronts themselves. We're basically allowing whatever is ever happening inside to come forward. So dark painted aluminum and kind of a jet mist base sort of grounds the building. Above that a signage band and then a revealed, and then you can see the facade that we were talking about. That's kind of a trabeated metal facade. Before, it was one singular facade. Here you can start to see, again, how the building breaks down in scale. And this is what I think a lot of attention was put to based on your comments. a very clear sort of breakdown of scale relative to the neighborhood. You can start to see the datum along First is now lowered. Nice sort of transparency at the bottom that's very welcoming, and hopefully we'll have retail for the community as well as a lot of transparency that allows activity in the building to be seen. Here you can see the before to the right here. That is where we're proposing it. So a number of the different things that were important to your comments, the 40-foot height reduction, the articulated cube, massing responding to First Avenue and Carmel, and the 27th Street corridor retail entry are the highlights of this. Before, after. So again, I think the retail, and I'm sure the client will work with the retail, Divco and Taconic will work with retail to make sure that whatever is inside is really the next facade as retail experiences are. Here you can start to see the curtain wall facade updates up above, the new entry at the corner, jet granite at the bottom, and then a revised storefront to be more transparent. Another view. This was the old facade now looking towards 27th Street, towards First Avenue. This is where the loading docks were. Now we're actually putting in the bike there. So from the neighborhood in that Carmel Park, which I forgot the name of, what's that park? Anyway, the park that is Bellevue Park. Yes, thank you. Basically a discrete set of loading docks, very architecturally arranged, that will have transparency on the left. Basically stone up to the first floor, and then after that, the metal sort of fluted facade takes over. One of the things that was important was that little bit of a window you can see in the middle of the facade, rather than just one facade bringing in and starting to set that back. So there was another sort of way of making the facades a little bit more vertical in response to the residential neighborhoods that this faces. The original facade and what we ended up with again on the street facade at First Avenue. So main entry update, revised canopy. There is a two-story reed that is both subtle behind the glass, revised entry planters, and then the planters have been slightly revised to be longer, more elongated, and a little more graceful. Some of the views before, now after. Again, I talked about that recessed window in the middle of the facade above the loading. This is composed as a series of sort of base middle top components that I think are very familiar to all New Yorkers. Again, here you can start to see what we've done is the new curtain wall type, the revisions to massing to address Mount Carmel, which is really all of the getting a little bit more life there and a lot more read of base middle top, and a developed loading that is now a signature loading with the stone surrounds a view formally from First Avenue. And now you can start to see the iconic cube in terms of its presence on the street, the subtlety of its curtain wall system now in a very crisp anodized aluminum, which I think will be a nice contract that we call the backstop of the facade above and towards Mount Carmel. One of the things we've been able to achieve, particularly, once again, a 40-foot height reduction, an articulated cube, new massing to respond to the setbacks at Carmel, and then the raised storefront, but also with storefront around the entry, but also street levels entry into all the mixed use, as well as to the retail. Why look at a picture when you can look at a model? And then as you can start to see, the building itself is very much in alignment with the sort of corridor up and down First Avenue, both in scale. And it also, from this side, particularly, you can start to see a little bit of verticality in that facade to start to pull into the residential area. For those that want to see that. And I know more pictures. And we have a lot of pictures. And then the landscape, shall I?
I can speak to it really quickly. We are replacing a number of street trees that are highlighted in dark green. One thing to note, we are eliminating the curb cut on 26th Street down here in the southwest corner. There's a maintenance yard access there on the existing facility, and that will be eliminated. Why don't you go next, Peter? Like Peter said, the planters have been embellished. They framed the accessible ramps flanking the entry, and they'll be planted with indigenous plantings that'll be maintained throughout the year.
Thank you. This should have had a
Thank you very
thank you slide, but.
We
missed
welcome
that.
any questions you have.
So it's hot, so.
Let's see. I don't believe we have any in-person testimony. Is anyone within the room here to testify? We're all part of the team, so no. Chelsea, has anyone signed up for remote testimony?
There is no one signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature.
So
Seeing that there are no hands, we may proceed.
Okay, before I call for questions and comments from fellow commissioners, can you identify each of these, where they go?
Anodized aluminum, which is this one, will go on the major facade. The silver.
Okay, thank you.
So be fundamentally the storefront to be, obviously not be a feature of the storefront, but more refer to what's behind the storefront, therefore retail, mixed use, and the activity behind.
But not the louver.
No, yeah, well, the louvers, and most of the metal that is outside of this cube is dark, would be that
So it
color.
would be similar to that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the sort of metallic color here, which is basically metallic paint, as you probably all know, PPG XL finish. So it has a little sparkle, also has ribbings along here is both concave.
So that's warm.
It's a warm color to go with kind of the warmth of the jet mist. So obviously metal doesn't come to the ground in my view too easily. So getting some stone down there, both in these two colors, water table and then the piers. This is just a feature for exits, wall, in terms of entry doors, anything that's an accent, which would probably be around the entry as well as the canopy, stainless steel.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So
Thank
now,
you.
is everyone clear on the materials? Okay, great. Who would like to begin? Well, I'll start with since Commissioner Hawkinson is not here, I want to say thank you very much for the reduction in the massing and the rearticulation of that. We find that to be very successful.
Right.
And welcome this structure into the life sciences corridor there. It's we appreciate that very much. I'm glad we're now seeing the materials. I think we also find the increased transparency at the retail level very successful, and the addition of the extra entrance on the 27th Street side and the direct passage for those coming with bikes. Really appreciate all of those revisions.
Great.
I know that Commissioner Hawkinson had a question about the louver, that band of louvers, and the kind of thinking on the
Yes, because there will be louvers there, vertical louvers.
not so much those as sorry, if you could, so there, it just, yeah, those.
That would be the dark metal.
Right. We were wondering about the, there's such a kind of elegant lightness to the glazing both above and below it. And we were just wondering about your thinking about the darkness of that band.
Well, there's two bands. You're talking about the louver band as opposed to the sort of deep recess here.
Yes, yes.
Well, if all of this is sort of an elegant sort of darker color, both in the mullions, which would be darker. Obviously, this glass makes it seem a little lighter.
So those vertical members are
The mullions,
darker.
yeah.
The mullions are the darker.
Yeah, so it becomes a continuous read rather than
I see.
sort of,
So
I mean,
it-
featuring the louvers to me is kind of, I mean, I don't typically do that unless, first of all, I think I wish they were a little smaller, but that's actually what the mechanical needed.
Right, I understand. So the thinking was that you would make it contiguous with the mullions so that
The cube really pops.
right. All right, understood. I think, I know that I'm passing on another comment
Sure.
from Commissioner Hawkinson that, I think she felt, and I'm wondering about your thoughts about whether that whole, both the mullions and the louvers, had you explored it in the lighter metal?
Well, let me see if I can get step back just a bit.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna get one of the big facades. Yeah, I mean, and if this weren't dark, then this would kind of blur down and it would really just appear to be a very heavy sill to the, I think, the lightness of the cube. So I think it's the color contrast that I was really after, that we were really after.
So it's a kind of,
Setting the stage for that to be floating
right, it's
above it,
like a glazing and metal rustication in a way.
right?
So I understand. So therefore, you think the contrast is helpful in setting off the cube above?
Yep.
All right, understood.
Perfect description, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Isabel, do you want to touch on 27th Street?
I do, thank you. I understand, yeah, that, the DOT pedestrian corridors outside of the scope of work, but there are, I think with this project, obviously, there's a revitalization of that corridor to think about it in a different way and have the retail, hopefully activated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Reading of it? So, so I just think it's a great opportunity to take the project a little bit further, and again, recognizing that, this may be outside of the scope of work, but you are coordinating with DOT. That crosswalk that connects to Bellevue Park could be a great opportunity to create a much stronger connection. Again, today is not a desirable connection because there isn't much to go to. But thinking about the future, I'm wondering if you have had any conversations with DOT to further reinforce that pedestrian connectivity.
There.
That one over there, to prevent vehicles from parking there, to cut that connectivity. And lastly, think about creative ways to encourage that. I know DOT, for example, is starting to install a lot of raised pedestrian crosswalks throughout the city. And I think this could be a great opportunity perhaps to explore that and again, reinforce that new urban condition.
Yeah, happy to. I'm talking to the mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Ben Kuhn. I'm from the Government Community Relations team at EDC, so working closely with the Innovation East team. So I can speak to the 27th Street pedestrian way first. This is something that's kind of come up quite a bit.
Just kind of,
Yeah. Join me.
thank you.
Yeah, so the 27th Street pedestrian way is something that's come up throughout our engagement with the community board, the community council member Rivera. So we have looked at that quite a bit and included in our points of agreement with the council member, which was agreed to at the ULURP, to work with the community board on improvements to the pedestrian way. So EDC, working with the city community board to try to find some solutions there, but kind of in the beginning stages of exploring that, but definitely see that as an excellent opportunity with this development and then Spark going up across the street on First Ave. As far as the crosswalk, there's definitely a big opportunity there with again, Spark going up across the block. So we're in constant conversation with DOT on that on First Ave to try to understand what kind of improvements can be made and can be definitely explored throughout this process.
Yeah, and I think just First Ave, but also Carmel Place, right? That direct relationship with the park, that crosswalk. If cars are parked in front of it, it really severs that communication. And I think, I don't know what improvements you may be able to do on 27th Street, but even just this building is an improvement to create that pedestrian connectivity. So thinking about ways in which that crosswalk could be reinforced with many different traffic calming techniques that DOT is starting to implement, I think this would be a great location for that.
Thank you.
Sorry, and then I did have one last comment on the planting species along the storefront, along the Fifth Avenue, First Avenue, sorry. I think they're just, I know you only have 3 species, but they thrive in very different sun conditions. Carl Forester and the Mexican feathergrass are mostly full sun, and hookgrass are mostly shady. The other thing is that Mexican feathergrass, it just doesn't do great on urban environments because it's just a little bit too sensitive. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the aesthetics you're trying to achieve, but the plants don't really merge well amongst themselves or in a very urban condition. So I would just suggest you rethink that a little bit.
I actually wanted to piggyback and just drill down on it a little bit in terms of a scenario for people. Because the cars are one issue about how it is that people get in and out. But I think the main issue here is going to be bicycles. And the way the crosswalks line up for bicycle use and automotive traffic and walkers. So on page 43, you have a delineation where you see a kind of presumable cafe. Yes, so you have cafe seating here. And in the previous submitted slide, the whole plaza was more sort of tables and dining. And so here you sort of carried it closer to the building because that clearly is more what you have more purview over.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that the speed of the people coming in and out on the bikes, which you've also delineated here, the speed of automotive people and the speed of walkers coming in and out are all competing interests that have to be mitigated before you start thinking about like even retail, so that people slow down and they're not zooming in and out. And I don't know if you use the city bikes, but it can be a little funky around getting people getting in and out. And I wondered what you were thinking about how, if that is going to be a city bike port, which I don't know that that's so in the future, I don't know, but
I don't know.
How you see this space being safe, because I mean, for most people I know now, I mean, I have a friend who's an artist and she had to take 6 months off because she was hit by a bike. She never hit by a car. So this is where all of this and the connection to the park beyond all starts to become human scale.
I mean, this is a negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the process. So like I said, this is definitely something that's like top of mind for the city and trying to work through these kind of issues. But I think generally having this kind of much improved pedestrian space, or just a more lively with the new Innovation East building, with Bellevue South Park, with a lot more people coming around the area with the new innovation corridor, can have some improvements. But I definitely take all your points about some of those kind of potential conflicts between bikes, pedestrians, and the vehicles along the crosswalk. So here you are.
Yeah, and just one clarification, there will be no more cars on that allegedly. There is commitment to remove all cars from the, what is red brick, that's a big step forward.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, I'll summarize before we take the vote. Most of the comments have to do with an area that you have little control over. But we know that you're collaborating in the design and kind of imagining of that 27th Street block, which will be a great addition to this community. So we appreciate EDC's working with DOT on that. And the 3 things to keep in mind when you come back are to encourage the connection to Bellevue Park through maybe exploring raised crosswalks, or also parking rules on both the First Avenue side and the Mount Carmel side, to breathe life into the POA and work to improve the passage, which is really all of this. Think through the multimodal transit and how all of that works together. And then finally, there was a request for you to look at the planting palette on First Avenue. But we want to thank you again for the collaborative spirit that you brought to this design. We think that it's really quite lovely and an elegant addition to the city, very much in keeping with the expression of the use is clear, and that's a quite lovely thing in architecture. So thank you for that. And with that, I will call for a vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please make sure your mic's on and give your vote on item number 30068, preliminary review for the construction of a life sciences building, Innovation East Life Sciences at 455 First Avenue on First Avenue between East 26th and East 27th Streets in Manhattan. Ken Seth Armstead,
Approve.
Isabel Casilla,
Approve.
Bill Hyman,
Approve.
Carrie Maloney,
Approved.
Manuel Miranda,
Approve.
Merrill Tish.
Approved.
Thank you, Jimmy Van Bregmer.
Approve.
And I also approve, so let the record show this project has been unanimously approved in preliminary review. And thank you for this beautiful addition to our city.
Well, thank you.
Thank you all.
Ditto, and Connor, thank you. And now I get to rewire. Right?
Thank you.
There you are. I didn't break it.
Okay, Chelsea, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Good
The
morning.
next public hearing item is 30069, conceptual review for the installation of Victory by Vinnie Bagwell at Fifth Avenue and East 103rd Street at Central Park in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. We can now proceed with the presentation. Welcome, Kendall.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendall Henry. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Public Art at the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I'm here to provide some background information as to the project that we'll be seeing today by Vinnie Bagwell. All the way back in 2017, the Mayoral Advisory Commission on City Art, Monuments, and Markers convened to advise the mayor on public art and historic monuments in the city on city-owned property. Over 90 days, the commission debated and discussed these topics, gathering input from thousands of New Yorkers, both online and in person. The results of the report offered recommendations on both general policy and on specific monuments. One of the focuses was on the statue of Dr. J. Marion Sims on Fifth Avenue and 103rd Street. Commission research found that Mr. Sims' work dehumanized and racialized medical norms, particularly when it comes to African-American women. As a result, the commission recommended a removal, relocation, and replacement of the monument. And that recommendation was approved by PEC on April of 2018. And the statue was removed and relocated at Greenwood Cemetery. The Percent Part program process was used to commission and replace the work, and a committee of advisory advisors was convened, called the Committee to Empower Voices of Healing and Equity. This committee comprised of members of the Department of Cultural Affairs, New York City Health, Center of Health Equity, New York City Parks, East Harlem Preservation, Museum of the City of New York, Black Youth Project, El Museo del Barrio, and the New York Academy of Medicine. After months of community engagement and an open call, the first artist selection panel convened on February 23rd of 2019 at the Schomburg Center for Research and Black Culture, with the second panel convening on October 9th, 2019 at the Museum of the City of New York, where proposals from 4 artists were reviewed. The artists were Simone Lee, Kehinde Wiley, Wadeshi Mutu, and Vinnie Bagwell. Though a panel voted 4-3 in favor of Simone's proposal, local sentiment strongly favored Vinnie Bagwell's design. In response, they gracefully withdrew, and Vinnie Bagwell's proposal was selected to move forward. Since then, the co-review group, consisting of the Department of Cultural Affairs, New York City Parks, Central Park Conservancy, and EDC, have worked diligently with Vinnie and her team during design development. The proposal was presented by Community Board 7, 8, 10, and 11, and all received very elated feedback, very positive feedback, and provided support letters for the project. The proposal was then presented by Landmarks Preservation and Commission on May 6, which also voted very positively for the project. With that, I hand it over to Vinnie Bagwell.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. Next.
Welcome.
Thank you. Representation does matter. I've won numerous awards around the country, including Americans for the Arts, inaugural Jose and Darlene Perez Prize for Civic Engagement. My artwork teaches, challenges, and inspires by bringing often overlooked histories and identities into the public eye. My sculptures spark public conversations about justice, identity, and memory. Next. I emphasize the narrative power of my work. Each sculpture tells a story, often rooted in African-American history, resilience, and the legacies of African diaspora. I expand my storytelling by enhancing my three-dimensional sculptures with detailed bas-relief, which is symbolic. It's interwoven to create works that are often both historically accurate and that resonate with the viewer. Next. My art's not just about what people look like, it's about who they are and what they've endured, what they've contributed, and how their stories shape the collective memory. This is a new Frederick Douglass going at the new Cedar Hill George Washington University Memorial Hospital in DC. Next. Thus, my art becomes a vessel for memory and social commentary and cultural affirmation. This is Bibi from the Enslaved Africans Rain Garden in Yonkers. Next. My goal is to translate the struggles and triumphs of marginalized people into universal stories that speak to the shared human condition of all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, or background. Next. Art can convey what words cannot. Most people think that New York was sanctuary for enslaved Africans. New York was financing the ships, insuring the ships. This is a motivating factor for Ruben San Diego Hudson commissioning. I'm sorry, next. The piano lesson for August Wilson's play that was at the Signature Theater in 2012. Next. The Enslaved Africans Rain Garden in Yonkers, which features 5 life-size bronzes, is one of the first projects that I created with BCT Design Group. It's also a project that I developed all the funding for. Next. Bryce Turner, FAIA, CEO of BC Design Group, is passionate about pedestrian-oriented spaces and the built environment that interacts with them. Licensed in 20 US states, he is well versed in the cultural and commercial amenities that accentuate public spaces and the design plan that creates them. We've worked together for over 15 years. Next. These are examples of projects that we've worked on. There's an African burial ground up in Montgomery, New York that we're working on. That's the lower left is Walter Dock Hurley in Hartford, and also the Enslaved Africans Rain Garden. Next. Next. This project, Victory, takes place, of course, in Manhattan. Next. It is located on Fifth Avenue at 103. These are examples of the sculpture that was previously there. Dr. J. Marion Sims on Central Park was removed. Next. And of course, the removal process. Next. This is the current condition. Next. Next. Our proposal design incorporates elements that evoke both the pain and strength of the women who suffered under J. Marion Sims' medical experiments, using symbolism and storytelling to engage viewers on a personal and collective level. Victory stands for an intentional reclamation of space from a monument that historically upheld oppression. In the arts, Victory is often portrayed in classical sculpture as an angel. Next. Thus, we surveyed a 5-minute walking radius to discern the surroundings to enable design for Victory to be an engaging and thought-provoking public artwork that enhances New York City's cultural landscape. It was inspired by the Vanderbilt at the Conservancy Gardens main entrance, Museum of New York across the street, and the New York Academy of Medicine. Victory was designed as an intentional monument, is meant to look like part of the public artwork collective on Fifth Avenue. Next. Victory is a site-specific design that focuses on the story of the women who made J. Marion Sims' achievement possible. It's meant to be experienced in the round. I want people to walk around her. Thus, bas-relief narratives are carved on the surface of Victory's garment. The continent of Africa is cut away from her heart, which represents the motherland's ruinous loss of more than 12 million people over hundreds of years. 12 women are silhouetted, representing the resilient nameless. 3 women, the woman's names whom we know, Betsy, Anarka, and Lucy, are highlighted on the front. And the golden flame in her hand represents the power of enlightenment. Her staff, crowned by the Ark of Asclepius, encircled by a reef, represents the unending circle of life. Next. A slave ship schematic tattooed on Victory's back reminds the viewer of the inhumanity of transporting enslaved women like spoons in a drawer. On Victory's right side, Braille reads, "My soul looks back and wonders how I got over." And premium, non nocere, meaning first do no harm, is on the left side. Next slide. This is a detail of the polished bronze eternal flame that rises out of the right hand. Next slide. Specifications, 9-foot sculpture with wings. It'll probably be about 14 feet high. It's bronze with a black patina. The sculpture will rest on a low 18-inch high textured rainbow granite ellipse pedestal with a slice of the front that will bear the title Victory inlaid in bronze. Rainbow granite's multicolored hues reflect the diversity of people impacted by Sims' legacy and the broader community reclaiming the space. It's also the hardest and most durable granite. The 30-foot wide by 10 sunburst, next slide, I'm sorry, motif in the granite pavers represents the vital universal light of a living democracy, forward motion, and rising aspirations. Pavers and slabs of Masabi, Academy Black, and Rainbow granites will create contrast in the graphic pattern to enhance visual interest. Next. The ADA compliant space behind the sculpture was designed to enable and encourage viewers to engage the artwork. Non-corrosive extruded aluminum pipe will be installed in between the granite pavers. The wall end finish will be managed by the Conservancy, and an ornamental wrought iron gate will inhabit the space that occupied the J. Marion Sims plinth. Next slide, please. Okay. These are samples of the granite slabs in Masabi, Academy Black, and Rainbow granites, lettered bronze in granite, as well as installed extruded aluminum pipe. The illustration at the bottom shows how the extruded aluminum pipe is held in place by anchor bolts. It's simple and it's durable. Next slide, please. This is an overview comparison between the Sims and the Victory installation. Victory's footprint will remain within the inner cobble and not extend into the central hexagon walkway. Next slide, please. Inspired by the Vanderbilt Gate, my choice to create a wrought iron gate for Victory is symbolic, representing transitions, openings, and movement forward. The tradition of blacksmithing and wrought iron gates have deep ties in African-American history, particularly in the South, where they were used in cemeteries, plantations, and churches. This material choice subtly references resilience, memory, and the endurance of Black communities. Note, the gate will not function as an opening into the park. The arching 14-foot high gate is designed to draw the eye. Go back. Sorry. The arching 14-foot high gate is designed to draw the eye up. The side railings aid and expand the width of the eye sweep to balance the intake of the visual presentation. In addition, the density of the design of the bottom portion will help to make climbing prohibitive. Central Park boasts 4 ornamental gates, the Osborne, Lehman, and Vanderbilt, and Levi. This will become the 5th. Note, the gate will not touch, anchor into the historic wall, and the wall end caps depicted in the rendering do not depict the treatment that will be used. That'll be addressed in a couple of slides. Next. This diagrammatic section shows the relationship between the park's topography, the existing landscape, and the 3 10-foot zones of the parkway. The open air gate and the ADA accessible intermediate space behind the sculpture provide the transitional space for pedestrian movement and the observation of the artwork. Next slide. These are examples of the other wall openings on 5th Avenue and the new opening at 64th that was approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission and completed by the Central Park Conservancy. Next slide, please. These are existing public artworks pavement treats that extend into the parkway sidewalk. Next slide. These are examples of in-payment applications throughout Central Park. Next slide. These are public artworks placed after landmarking. The diversity of the art in Central Park enables Victory to take her place among them. Next slide. The see-through gate will enable people to view the artwork from inside the park, sparking inquiry. The Central Park Conservancy will lead the effort in the horticulture treatment behind the gate so that it is in line with the broader park planning scheme. Next slide, please. Transforming the experience of space informs viewer that artistry is a powerful and useful tool of social transformation, one capable of condensing our thoughts, distilling our minds, and renewing our hopes and aspirations. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next. Appendix. And there you are. Thank you. Questions?
We're going to call for public testimony now. Has anyone signed up to testify in person? No, no one out there. Anyone within the room? No. Chelsea, has anyone signed up remotely to provide testimony?
There is no one that signed up for remote testimony, but is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raised hand feature.
I'm also going to state on the record that we did receive a letter of testimony from Landmark West about this project. So that is has been distributed to the commissioners. Thank you.
Seeing that there are no hands in the Zoom room, we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
First, I want to thank you for coming out in all this heat.
I know.
And you are dressed appropriately. You are ready. I just want to say how great it is that you've taken on this project and breathed life into these women's experience and given them face. We have to acknowledge that. And that obviously there are few examples of Black women represented in the cityscape permanently. So this is of great importance to everyone and certainly to me. And I'm thrilled that you're doing this. And then I just wanted to ask you if there's anything in particular that you wanted to point out to us that you think, as you're preparing slides, you can't include everything, but I wonder if there were any elements that you felt you really wanted to particularly highlight that you didn't get in your presentation that we wouldn't necessarily see on the face of.
The presentation is pretty thorough.
Yeah.
The only thing that I didn't get to really talk about is how the community has been with me for the last 5.5 years. It has been the most phenomenal experience to be well loved for the work and the depth of the meaning to it. I've not had a public artwork that the community has acted this way before. There's so much love, so much interest, so much concern about this becoming from the press as well. I've made friends with the press because they're interested in this project. So that's the only thing that I didn't get a chance to talk about. And I think that's important because it is public art.
I want to say, I make public art, so I feel you on that. And other commissioners and people, they had questions and concerns about various aspects. I'm like, but if this community asked for this artist specifically, that's the guardian angel for that work.
Yeah.
That work 24/7 will have people around it. So the spirit's around it.
Yeah.
And so
The people's choice.
Yeah, but also, when people claim a work, it's this extension of their home. And so I feel like this work has really achieved that in this way to spiritually ground people on this site, that they've reclaimed it as opposed to feeling like it was someone else's idea.
Yes.
So I feel you on that.
Thank you.
And the only places where I would say I would make any comment at all is that there are a number of powerful ideas that you have in the work. And I want to, if we can go back to a couple of slides, I want to just focus on where you can accentuate them to, and if you need a moment, I totally understand. It's emotional for me to think about what was done to get gynecology here, and that was never acknowledged until now. So take a moment.
Yeah.
On page 23, if we could go back to page 23. Yeah. It's the victory description page.
One more.
That's
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
So one thing I would say here is that in this work, the bas-relief is so important to getting the different narratives into the body, and that people can sort of disseminate the history and see themselves and see others represented. And here the heart is Africa, but there's an area where you have the staff and the flame and then the heart. And I think for me it was hard to read the image of the heart of Africa. And so I wanted you to be cautious about how you place the elements so that as people come around it like a film, you get the beat and the note. So that the notes are enough separated so that people, like in music, there's that silence and that makes that next ring. So when lower where there's the faces and some people are named and some people are unnamed, that's an emotional place. And then as you get higher in the body where you have these larger symbols, the slave ship sprouts wings, some of those things, because you have a number of them, they are in competition. Do you sort of take my meaning? So what I'm trying to say is, I wanted you to talk about how you place what you placed, and then also the relationship, like if you felt like there was a way that you could the right term, but to best enable all of these beats to have their moment.
All right, so in addition to being a sculptor, I am a graphic designer, an illustrator, a painter, and part of that set of gifts is understanding how to control the eye. I can snatch your eye, can make you look. The question is, how long can I make you look? And then there's, as you say, there is the direction of how I control your eye. So for instance, sometimes you look at an artwork and you don't know where to look because it's confusing. One of the most, I think one of the best strengths I have is my ability to control the eye. I know this because social media gave me an opportunity to hear people talk about my work. I mean, the things that I think are impactful are interesting, but to hear other people's responses informs me of how well I understand human beings and how they see. So the thing about this, and I'm sorry, there's a maquette. It might have been more interesting if you could see it in real life, because to look at the pictures is not like looking at the artwork. And then also too, looking at the maquette's not like looking at the big one either. She's 9 feet tall. There's an 8-foot sculpture in my house right now. 9 feet is big. And considering how wide Fifth Avenue is, the scale is important, again, so that you get to see it at a distance. And then when you get up to it, you can really see details. I have no concerns. The way that, for instance, Africa is cut away, it's meant to be subtle, something that you discover. It's not supposed to scream at you. Some of these things that are on her are not meant to scream at you. Even the bas-relief at that scale, it won't be as dominant as this. It's soft, like a ghost. You know, if you're looking, you will see it. If you don't care, and you won't see it. Again, it's not meant to scream. This is not meant to be offensive. This is just meant to tell a story. If you're interested in knowing, you will know. And so there's a lot to be seen on this sculpture, you know, and again, depending on the interest of the viewer, would determine whether or not you see everything. I'm legally blind. I really can't see. I learned Braille in first grade. And I love the fact that Braille is a language
I had a question to you about the Braille.
Oh, yeah, I'm legally blind. I went to visually handicapped from grades 1 through 4. I learned Braille with my schoolmate who was totally blind. The point of it is that there are blind people. But even for the people who are not blind, it makes them wonder, what does that say? And of course, now we have our phones. We can figure out what things say. There's a message. Again, if you want to know, you will know. And that's the whole point of the piece. It's to spark inquiry. I don't want people to just walk by it. I don't want people to just drive by it. You know, when we first started designing this, the architect said, what effect are we going for? I'm like, wow, freaking wow. Like, stop, wait, I want to see that. And so again, I can't wait to make it because even for me, every time I make a big one, there are surprises in terms of how it actually looks. Just blowing it up, like, if I were to blow up the picture, make it 9 feet tall, that wouldn't do it because I'm making a whole nother sculpture. And so all I can say is that everything that I've chosen to put on the surface is purposeful. It has a meaning. It is symbolic, some of it is. One of the most interesting things I find, I have a lot of African friends from Africa that love the fact that I use Adinkra symbols. That freaks them out. They want to tell me what it means. So I know what it means. That's why I chose to do it. But the point of it is that the fact that they zoom in on that and that it's meaningful to them. You don't have to be Black to appreciate this. You don't even have to be a woman. You just have to be a human being. It tells a story about being a human being. And that was my point.
I just want to say thank you. And also, will this piece include some Braille?
I'm sorry? This piece has Braille. There is Braille on it. Mhm.
Okay. And in regard to that, I would say because the presentation isn't the piece and the piece isn't the presentation, for people who you're providing images for the presentation's sake, then some close-ups of those individual details will be helpful so people kind of get a read on what, because they're like, for me, because I make stuff, I know that there's 2,000 feet, 500 feet, 50 feet, 5 inches. And those are different stories and they're kind of like cinematic stories, right? So for what is 5 inches where somebody comes in, we might, where you want to highlight, I would say pick a couple places where you want to highlight some 5-inch and some 2,000 feet, because I think the flame from 2,000 feet, when the sun comes in, that's like even a half mile away, someone will see that and recognize that the landscape has changed. And then at 5 inches, that subtlety of the heart that is Africa, but in the presentation doesn't read, but I understand that that's in there. But for preliminary and stuff, then I would say that, but it's just phenomenal that you're doing this work. I'm so pleased that we got this conversation to go. And I would also say you should think of us as a resource, because we are. And you're very seldom going to find as talented a group of people who have done worldwide projects to bounce ideas off of. So for me personally, you can always reach out to me personally and say, hey, and I've had that dialogue with other artists who have come through, because obviously working in the African diaspora, as we do, my métier is more abstraction, yours is representation, but those things work in concert. Feel free, and always that my door is open to have this communion of a sort to make this work what you want it to be and what it needs to be for the community around it.
I appreciate your kindness. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Manuel?
Yeah.
Hi. I just had some question about like the framing of the project. Are there any interpretive elements that, discuss, some of the, maybe in a more literal way for someone who might not, get the symbolism, just what kind of like your intentions or thoughts are?
Signage, you mean?
Yeah, like interpretive sign.
We had a discussion about signage at the beginning.
Mhm.
And we were told that DCLA would work with us on preparing that. There are so many ways now to get information. There's QR codes, there's all kinds of things. I think that that's a lengthy discussion because a presentation will have to be created specifically for that purpose. But yeah, on site, for people who are actually there that just want to look at it now. And then I think it would be important to have, for those people who want to delve, that there should perhaps be some online resource that you can go to find out about the concept, the artist, the process, whatever. But again, that's something that's going to be developed later in this process. It's imminent.
Then I had some questions about the gate. It seems like it functions as a kind of frame or backdrop for for the piece.
Yes.
And I know it's taking this language from, you know, kind of like the other gates, the wrought iron, et cetera. I guess two comments I have is that since it doesn't open as a gate, which I understand why it wouldn't, you know, it seems that it's actually not a gate then, like by definition, it's more like a fence in a way.
It's just what I call it.
Yeah.
Originally, the first question was, is there a space when you remove the J. Marion plinth? That was my first question when I
Mhm.
called and I found out that I won. I said, is there a space in there? You know, because the question is what to do with the space.
Mhm, mhm.
I know that the wall is landmarked, so that means I can't touch the wall. And again, I was aware of the Vanderbilt Gate, and I love wrought iron. I lived in the Baltimore, Washington area. Baltimore, I worked in Baltimore. Tremendous wrought iron everywhere. I love it as a medium. And I saw it as an opportunity to be creative, to design a gate, something that I had not done before. And again, the architects that I work with are out of Baltimore. And so it was an opportunity, as you say, to create a frame behind her. One of the things I can say about the gate is that it's not as graphic as this. So it won't be as strong. Like you see how you have the black and white contrast with the positive and negative space. It won't be quite that thick, I'll just simply say. Again, the beauty is that you can see through it. You can see into the park, and from inside the park, you can see out, you know, so in some ways it's a window. I call it a gate. And again, wasn't really thinking about the specific definition of what a gate is. All I know is that it was inspired by what is a gate up the street. And, you know, I knew that it could not and would not open. But again, it was to frame the artwork, you know, and again, the way the design is, the circle, all of that is to make it complement the artwork.
I mean, I see the kind of figure just below the top, you know, the kind of, I guess, bird-like silhouette, which seems to speak to the sculpture. And I like elements like that. Yeah, I'm not sure where this is in development. You know, just obviously you're the artist and this is your work that you commissioned for. But, you know, I wonder if there's an opportunity for not necessarily text, but other interpretive elements in this too that may relate to the sculpture as well and have that second layer of sort of, you know, interpretive.
We did the paving, and so we felt like we didn't want to do too much. You know, even with the paving, you know, it was a question, you know, why did you choose the pavement? It's like the design of the pavement means something. It's not just me randomly changing the pavement. And again, was wanting to create a sanctuary, a space. When you enter this space, it means something, you know. And so I'm open. You know, if you have a suggestion, I'm more than happy to listen. We still have to get through preliminary design, you know, to get to fabricate. So if you have something specific you'd like to offer, I'm open to listening.
Oh, I think just that, having it have more meaning, integrating with the main sculpture, potentially the iconography, you know, the narrative continues to the gate as well, to kind of, you know, so there's more than just a kind of like backdrop, but, you know, is an integrated part of the sculpture in some way.
And to piggyback on Commissioner, to piggyback, I'd say the central figure of the bird between the wings, as it develops, you know, the original idea for the national bird was a turkey, it didn't end up being turkey, ended up being the eagle. So which one of the birds, and as someone, I've used bird feathers and like which part of the wing the feathers are from. So I'm starting to imagine in the diagram of the fence, like which part of the wing are these from? Because there's the directional and then there are the ones for lift. And so then the gate takes on another meaning of flight behind the flighted victory figure. So which bird, what kind of feathers from what part of the wing?
Doves.
Doves. See. Okay.
Oftentimes for instance, we don't do them very often anymore, but there was a time when people released doves at funerals and things like that because doves represent freedom and a variety of things.
My grandma.
And so, yeah, that's old school. And so it's a dove. That's
all right.
Anyone else? Isabel?
Some observations. I don't have a solution for you yet, but I think your piece is quite beautiful and it's one that merits pause and merits to experience it from all different angles and potentially touching it, right? It's an engaging piece. It's not a piece you walk by, as you said. And I feel the siding, it's a little bit tight. How it sits in the space. Thinking about how people are able to move around it when they're on the sidewalk. But also thinking about how people may find it when they're on the park and how may they be drawn to it and what happens there. I started thinking, oh, perhaps there needs to be a path on the park side to allow people to get up close and read it from the back. But then I realized that could also be confusing because then you might want to feel like you're exiting, but you're not. And I liked your reconceptualization of this instead of being a gate, being a window. And I'm just wondering through that idea of a window, is there more of a way to give the space, give the sculpture more room? I don't know if the ironwork is lifted and it has a bulb out or something that allows you to move around the sculpture, but from the park side also invites you to go out wherever the paths are, out onto the sidewalk, as opposed to try to trample through the planting bed and view it. Right, so I'm just wondering if a little bit of three-dimensionality may help the user find the room and find the way around the room, if that makes sense. Because right now
You saying extend the gate into the
into
park? bed.
or curve it so that it pushes you away and outside. Because I feel that if I was a curious person, I would want to go up to the gate from the park side and kind of look. And in doing so, you're kind of trampling all over the planting, but you're also not getting that full experience because you're not able to move around it to the front. So that's my conflict right now. How from the park am I encouraged to interact, but have that full experience of interacting, you know, in 360 degrees as opposed to from one plane?
The space behind the sculpture, one of the reasons why I chose to do an ellipse as opposed to a rectangle, again, is to have a curve so it's easy to go around it. ADA compliance is 4 feet. That section is 10 feet. She's 9 feet, and I think she's a little bit more than 3 feet deep. So you have certain kinds of restrictions that you have to take into consideration with the and the question is, what's the priority? The priority is Fifth Avenue. I don't know how many people walk by that way. I have no idea. What I was hoping, again, was to spark inquiry, like, oh, I want to see that. Okay, where's the exit? I want to go see that. So in my mind, I'm thinking it will make them want to come out to Fifth Avenue so that they can see it closer, so they can get around it. I don't have an answer beyond that.
I don't either, but I do like the idea of the priority. And if the priority is Fifth Avenue, I'm wondering again if there's something to do on the park side that is more of a hint, is more of a, this is here, but you don't get the full view. You are encouraged to go around and exit.
Maybe signage. In my mind, you know, you could have signage that's on the walkway, like don't walk all the way over there. You could have signage that shows you what it is and perhaps a map that tells you how to get to it. That would be the obvious thing to me to do. After that, I don't want to go back to the drawing board and go through the whole process all over again. So I'm thinking that that might be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I'm also wondering maybe with landscaping, if there's a way to create a backdrop to this, where again, you see the hint of the window, you see the hint of the sculpture, but you're not able to get up close to it. You are encouraged to move around along with signage. I'm just a little worried about the reading of the public of the sculpture and the fact that you want them to be able to engage all around.
I believe Parks has a response also on the.
So I'm not sure.
Jennifer Lances.
Hello.
Welcome to the curve.
So I'm not sure how familiar you are with that space behind, if you've gone there, but there is a pathway leading from the conservatory garden, kind of, a little bit of a distance away, but there is a planting bed that exists there that has existing plants, but Central Park will be working on kind of augmenting it a bit, but there is like a planting fence. So there isn't that natural inclination to just go traipsing through to get right up to it. You are getting that kind of peak. And then also when you're standing on that pathway, and you can't see it in these drawings, but the exit of the park is actually just right to the side there. So you can actually, like, if you're walking the path and you see this, you simultaneously are seeing the path out of the park. So you can very easily just take that turn. Your interest is peaked. You can see, I can get out this way and come around.
So that helps a lot. Maybe just having in the next submission, some drawings that are a little more contextual, so we can understand what you just described.
Yeah.
Will be helpful, because what I see here is a gapping planting, and maybe misinterpreting it. But I see a gapping planting leading to the sculpture, which is perhaps what sparked my interest to have this conversation.
Okay. But in a section, there's a gradient that goes up, right? So you're on the path, you're looking up.
Yeah, you're looking up towards the piece. It's a slight slope. It's not dramatic.
Right,
Yeah.
but in some ways it helps because then you'll be less inclined to walk across it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Jonathan Kuhn. I would just add that I think there were other examples of other monuments on Fifth Avenue, notably the Richard Morris Hunt and the 107th Regiment. Those two have the same issue to some degree. They're Fifth Avenue facing, but in each instance, there's a path within half a block to 1 block. And here, I think, again, there is slight concern, and I agree with you that, Isabel, that you might have a desire line. We'll see how that works. That often happens with things that we design and we learn by the public's response. But I think this is very comparable to those other 2 locations I've mentioned and a few others I haven't, that one hopes that the visitor to the park will realize they'll be enticed, and then you can see visibly, as Jenny mentioned, the entrance out, or the exit out to the entrance to the monument space.
Bear in mind, these are just 360-degree sort of musings about what you've presented as a central idea. So if they're really useful to you, then that's great. And if they're not, we're supporting you to forge your best version of what this should be. So these musings around it are not conditional upon approval conceptual, because they're not a part of your concept. They are our musings.
Thank you.
And important musings, but we muse, that's what we do to help people muse better.
No, it's good for, again, for the future. It helps me to think more about how other people might look at something, and it's helpful.
And that's really what the back and forth that we want to help you.
Thank you.
Jimmy.
I just want to say congratulations. I think it's a triumph, and I know it's been a long time coming. I just was reading the Landmark West letter, and I think if I read this correctly, they're asking for parks to keep the base of what was J. Marion Sims. I don't know that I agree with that, but I'm just curious as to what is going to be done with it, or if there's a mutual position on that.
I don't think we're fully formalized. I don't think we have an intent to preserve the entire base. But I have suggested that we retain the commemorative elements and figure out a home for them, perhaps across the street. That conversation hasn't happened, frankly. The base that you see, it was largely built. It was built by WPA labor over a period of 6 months in 1935. It was standard block, but to me, the inscriptive elements and should be saved in some capacity as a best. I'm not sure where the final home will be. This is a difficult, complicated matter, but it need not affect the design. We're not putting it somewhere else on view in the parks as like an
But would you
entire.
go to Greenwood where the Sims statue was? At least then they're together and they're contextualized.
Maybe is the answer. They have their own issues too.
They have issues, but they have a ton of space. They already have the Sims, and it will be contextualized as opposed to separating them, and then you create 2 problems as opposed to 1 problem.
Yeah, they've had difficulty just, well, I'm not going to get, we're
No.
in a public hearing on a certain matter, but
Talk to Harry.
it's a suggestion. I'm also interested in the Academy of Medicine, maybe sort of using them to discuss the evolving state of.
The only thing I don't want to do is I don't want to have this conversation be derailed about the wonders and the centering of Black women who have helped us to continue, and this is what people are doing constantly. They're derailing the real issue, which is to have this wonderful statement about these women who survived this to give us this. And then we're talking about the plaques to some guy who terrorized them. And that is not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this. There you go. Yeah. Also, is there anything else that you want us to know before you go?
I'm ready to go to work.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, so I want to start by thanking you for this elegant addition to the story that we tell ourselves as a city. I know as a young girl, a sculpture like that would have meant a great deal to me. Actually, I think I remember wondering as a child why there weren't more stories about women. And so I think this will mean a great deal to all girls and women, and particularly Black girls and Black women. And I thank you for that. It's really very powerful. And I agree that with your description, like you tell the story, and if you want to know the story, you will know the story. So we had three general comments that were things for you to consider. And I'll echo what Kenseth said, that it really, we see ourselves as here to support your vision. So that's what this is about. So sort of take it or leave it. One was just Manuel brought up the question of like the readability of the symbols. That's just something to think about. And as well as the question of the gate being a place of readability. So maybe the answer could be in both places or not, but something for you to consider. And then the last piece has to do with the park and the experience from within the park. Isabel brought up the question of how that could be maximized so that when you're in the conservatory garden, you feel that you're pulled to go outside and experience the sculpture. And I want to say, I think parks can help with that in terms of, and you know, I won't design it for all of you, but there's things that can be done in the way the plantings are that can draw, as you say, draw your, and maybe you have, would like to have a hand in that design, to draw your eye so that the plantings are quite specific to, because you're a little bit, I went there over the weekend so that I made sure I understood that site. And it's a little bit up, and I think you'll see the wings in a way before you see, and then I will sort of go down. And I think there are things that you can do to enforce that through the plants that are on that slight gradient there. So maybe that's something parks can help with. So with that, I want to just say thank you again for this beautiful addition to our story, our collective story. And so I'll now call for a roll call vote on item number 30069, conceptual review for the installation of Victory by Vinnie Bagwell at Fifth Avenue at East 103rd Street in Central Park in Manhattan. Commissioners, please make sure your microphones are on. Kenseth Armstead.
Super approval.
Isabel Castillo. Approved. Bill Heinzen.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney.
Approved.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Merrill Tisch.
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramen.
Approved.
I also approve, so let the record show we are unanimous in our enthusiasm and encouragement for the city to go ahead and make this so that we can get it mounted. Congratulations.
I just wanted to say,
Good
it's nice
see
to
you.
meet
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much.
Communicated.
The next public hearing item is 30070, preliminary review for the reconstruction of Damrosch Park, including streetscape improvements at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts at West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. We'll now proceed with the presentation. I do want to point out, commissioners, that today we're only reviewing the landscape architecture and streetscape improvements, and questions and feedback should be limited to these portions of the project. The team will submit a preliminary proposal for the architectural elements, the band shell, dance pavilion, and facade improvements to the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts Building for consideration at a future date. So today we are only reviewing the landscape elements. So with that, welcome. It's great to see all of you, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am Leah Johnson, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present again to you. Just want to make a few acknowledgements first. Leah Johnson at Lincoln Center. I want to thank our partners at New York City Parks and also at Department of Transportation. Also want to make sure that you know our design team, Hood Design Studio, Walter Hood and Paul Peters, Weiss Manfredi, Marion Weiss and Michael Manfredi, and our architects of record, Jonathan Moody and Julie Clark. And I just want to also say that our colleagues at the library, they are not here today, but we'll just be presenting, they'll be presenting to you separately. So I just wanted to make that, clear. Let's go to the next slide. Just to get a sense of where we are, we've gone through a lot of these slides before, so I'll go through very quickly. This is the site orientation where we're looking at. Let's just go through our vision and goals, really from bottom up. Let's go through really respecting the landscape architecture that is present, celebrating the history of the public memory of San Juan Hill, establishing a vibrant park for our close neighbors and for all of New York City, and designing a park that will really have a lot of open spaces, and also opening ourselves up to the Amsterdam Avenue side of the campus, and also just creating a world-class performance park. That is why we're here today. Just want to go through quickly where we've been. Last year, well, actually 2 years ago, we started a participatory planning process, which has been so rich and so good to inform the design of this process. Interviews, focus groups, etc. On May 19th, we revealed the new design. And that evening, we went to the community board and presented to them. On May 22nd, we had a community open house where and I don't want to show you this picture just because it has me in it, but Harold Thomas, who actually was born in San Juan Hill and remembers it being destroyed in order to make room for Lincoln Center, Fordham, and Lincoln Towers, he came up and was a participant in so many of our workshops, and he came up to me and said, wow, you guys did it. You took our input. And it is just, he said, I didn't think it would happen, but it did. So I just want to point that out. So that was, and we got many of those responses from our members of the community. We also, on June 3rd, we went to the community board meeting and got a unanimous consent for the design. So we've been working, we'll continue to engage with our community members. And the other thing I just want to say before I pass the mic is that we really appreciate the input that we've got from you here at the PDC. And we have incorporated so much of a lot of your feedback. And Walter is here today to really explain a lot of that, as well as our other design colleagues. So I will pass it on.
Thanks, Leah. I have I'm mic'd in. It's a pleasure to be back here presenting to you guys today. As Leah pointed out, we've been through a lot of process in this project, which is really great. We've been working with Charles Birnbaum, CLF, Parks Department, and you guys. And the comments we think have made the project a lot richer, but also has allowed us to really vet a lot of the issues along the way. I wanted to start out just looking at the campus level scope And you can kind of see here our scope ranges along Amsterdam Avenue, 62nd to 65th. There's new streetscape along Amsterdam Avenue. We're widening the sidewalk, we're giving more width, actually planting trees along the edge. And at the corner, as Leah pointed out, we're working at the public library to improve that corner at 65th along with Weissman Frady. You can see here the transformative section existing here today. And this is what we're trying to do right now. Removing this wall, bringing everything down to grade at Amsterdam Avenue and allowing for a leisurely stroll back up to the center of the park. Next. Here you can actually see those proposed improvements. We would like to widen the complete 13 feet. Right now we're at 5. We're working with DOT to basically look at the infrastructure along there and planting the trees along the edge. So there will be new street trees along the edge, along with some understory planting and bulbing out at the various corners. Next. Mary, you want to speak to this?
If we look at this wall here, well, Walter's been able to talk about the ability to bring the walls down to create access to the park. This wall here is actually an event space for the library. So how could we actually transcend the possibility of this wall becoming something that reflects the dynamic and becomes a more inviting place where the schools that are on all the corners, kids hanging out, students hanging out, that this we're calling the urban curtain, which is really, you know, taking some of the reflectivity that you could say Millennium Park's done so well with the beam to attract things. What we're doing is doubling up the reading of the landscape on both of these sides, but also capturing the dynamic of the urban movement that makes it so compelling. Most importantly, though, it's taking what has just been a formidable spare and turning it into one that relaxes as it turns the corner to become a place of gathering and seating.
Thanks, Mary. I have one. And so getting to really the real meat of the potatoes here is to look at the landscape. And we start out with an existing, can you go back to existing conditions? We are on top of a parking garage so that everybody understands this and that there are a lot of mitigating factors of what we can literally do. We've cordoned off the project in different ways. You can actually see the structural joints and we have to really respect those. Currently today, the only entryway is mid-block at 62nd. You literally have to go upstairs or underground to get to the park itself. Next slide. And so here's our site plan currently that you saw before, and there's been some changes based on feedback. We went back and looked at the DNA of the project, and it turns out that our intuitive practice of actually creating this lawn is actually echoing the scale of the bandshell. And so the memory of the bandshell actually comes forward in this new lawn condition. We've straightened out the lawn to make it more orthogonal, picking up again on some of the comments that we received to create what we think is a more powerful set of geometries that relate the lawn back to the fountain and back to the series of groves that moves through the landscape itself. You can actually see here we have 1, 2, 3 groves. And if you think about on Amsterdam, there's a 4th grove, but that's down below. There's about between 7 and 13 feet change of elevation as you move from the corner. Again, bringing back those orthogonal relationships really helped us to really think about how one wayfinds and moves through. So again, I'm going to go to this side, Amsterdam Gardens, what we're calling them. You come in at grade here. You can come into the site and you actually now we give you choices of climbing up. You have a set of stairs, large stair, and then a ramp. I mean, a slope walk. There is no ADA ramp right now. It's a slope walk that takes you all the way up to the park itself. All the groves are ADA accessible, just like the Barclays Grove on one side, as well as the terrace. Next. Here, you can sort of see what, as we're beginning to get into DD and look at some of the grading, you can see some of the challenges that we had before. Again, a 13-foot wall here, everything gets moved back to here. We relax the slope. We're able, again, to refine the grading. It's less steep, steeper here, less steep here. This is going down the hill. As you come in, a sight line takes you all the way into this one stair here. You can literally see the stair and bringing your way up. At the lawn area, before we had seating on this edge, we pushed the seating back to this edge, and we're developing an undulating bench that gives more space to the pedestrian to walk through here, but also creates an overlook and a seating area for San Juan Park or for Amsterdam Avenue. Again, ramping back up to here, all the grades less than 2% as you move along. Next. Again, going back to current site access, as I mentioned earlier, right now you arrive right here. So if you want to get to Damrosch Park, you literally have to come halfway through the block or go up a very meager stair here and a set of stairs here. So very refined. The new design picks up on the goals that Leah talked about. It creates this porosity so that you can actually come up at Old 63rd, new set of stairs. I can choose to come through the gardens. I could choose to go up a set of stairs. I can choose to go along 62nd and come into the park along the entire way. And then when you think about just daily uses, picking up on the community's comments, there's so much to do here now. Before, you could only go into a grove and look at trees. Now you can actually come and be under trees. We're improving 50% more tree mass along the edge, places for people to gather. This will be open all the time. We're thinking about how we cordon off some of these areas. When there's a performance here, this will all be open. And this just gives you some sort of circulation uses as the performances happen, as no performances happen. And again, trying to sort of create a place that when there is activity that's programmed, something is happening, but just on a daily use. We're trying to make every square inch, just like when you go to Lincoln Center today, people are using, they're sitting against the windows, they're on the lawn, people are all over, and really trying to create that same magic here. Proposed tree plantings, as I talked about earlier, a grove of trees down below for shading, thinking of flowering trees on the slope. So when you're looking up, you have some sort of seasonal color. Again, a light touch along the backside of the lawn, and then thinking of these structural groves that literally give you an architecture that goes along the way. Again, working with Charles Birnbaum and CLF, really thinking about this datum along the edge and how to plant it so that, again, you have the memory of what was there, but again, you're transforming and moving into something that's much more verdant, much more green. The understory, again, we heard this one comment as we were working, that community was like, there's no dirt in Lincoln Center. So now there will be dirt that people could actually touch the ground in all of these areas here, as well as to the east. I proposed hardscape. We brought some samples, but we're really not trying to change the ground plane. We're using the same materials that's used throughout the campus. We're just using it in a different way. We brought in a 50-foot grid that really programs and layers things. We took the grid from NYCHA, bringing it across the street again to reinforce the kind of mid-century modernism, but also bringing in a logic that exists context around the site as well as in the neighborhood. Again, I think one of the comments before where the materials were high in contrast, you can kind of see here the warmth that you can kind of read through all the colors between the black and the kind of brown color, and that would be the stripes. Our proposed lighting, working with a lighting designer. This is not going to be Vegas, right? Really thinking about how to light the space so that you know what's going on when there's an event. Hopefully lighting will be spectacular in one area, maybe dim in another, but maybe there's something going on here. The lighting is able to sort of pick up here with the secondary fountain as well, along Monk's Walk, et cetera. But again, we're in DD and really working through a lot of these. One of the things that we're really excited by right now, we're going to have the most seating than any other space at Lincoln Center. Right now, people are, again, sitting in the window nooks, they're on the ground. We have proposed seating along the edges, along here, here, along here, and along here. And then we have this large, beautiful terrace that Weissman Frey is designing with the trellis that gives us larger kind of seating gathering space. So again, really thinking about different ways in which people can be in the space so that it, again, doesn't feel crowded, but it feels like a New York parking garden. Railings, again, trying to work through all of these details so that you don't come into the park and just read railings, really trying to minimize a lot of these elements. And then bringing the park to the street, these are the transformative sections again, as I'm looking east to west, literally flipping the entire section. Now we have theater to the east, and now to the west, you can actually see that slope, that gradual slope, bringing you up to the heart of the park. The terrace here at the center, this one's 48 inches higher, so that you get a rake down to the stage, and we're able to actually maintain an ADA walk, again, on the backside of that as well. And really thinking about the details of the public realm as we're going through. We've been working with our ADA consultant to make sure that, again, one of the rules that we have, that there shouldn't be any major stairs along here, and that looking through everything becomes intuitive as you move through the spaces. This gives you a sense of those grades that we talked about. At 63rd Street, again, our highest grade that we have to the top, because it's sloping up, you can kind of see the garage entry here at 63rd. We have the dance floor canopy, which we'll be talking about in the next meeting, but it's up to 83. Then as I move through, one of the gardens is at 76, 77, then 78, getting us back to 79. So this is really going up to Amsterdam Avenue. And the idea is to create the terraces going up Amsterdam Avenue, not terracing into the park. So as you're walking up the street, it feels like you're having a gradual rise. And this gives you a better kind of sense of this in this axonometric, where you can actually see the various levels, the platforms that take you up. And this is that grand view from your kitchen at NYCHA, looking now back over at the park and seeing this verdant green space, circulation, access, performance, and the verdant canopy.
So one of the things actually that came up as kind of comment from the community, but also I think a kind of question is the relationship not only to Amsterdam, but also a relationship to Josie Robertson. So by positioning the theater in the kind of southeast corner, we can literally use the kind of formation of the theater to suggest that this community is welcome not only into Damrosch Park itself, but on into Josie Robertson. And that's, I think, one of the fundamental things that we heard from the community. Similarly, patrons of Lincoln Center often would stand in Josie Robertson and never understand that there was Damrosch Park. So conversely, we want to make sure that there's a very, very effortless and obvious entry into Damrosch. So these two worlds, East and West, can be much more effortlessly interconnected.
And these give you, can you go back one, Shreya? As Michael was talking, I was thinking, just to, if you're confused, this is the entryway into the garage. This is that meager stair made into a better stair that I talked about. This is the upper little dance floor community performance space with a lifted entryway. So again, pushing pedestrians down the hill, cars up the hill, and then the gardens start. This is a vent tower. We have to basically vent here as well as the corners. But this gives you a sense of how complex it is along that edge and really trying to compartmentalize and clean it up so that people, there's a legibility. Right now, people get to the subway through here, this dark tunnel, and really making that open and alive is going to be, we think, really powerful.
Sorry, well, if we
Yes.
stay on that image, can you point out, I just want to understand the materials, because here we're seeing kind of all the paving materials. Clearly, can you point out which stone is which on the rendering?
This is the stone that carries the day throughout, right, Lincoln Center. This is the twig. This carries the day. This is the dark band that gives you a sense of it. The renderings don't do this justice.
So what we're seeing here in the foreground and the background is that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
But this rendering seems to show different.
I know.
models of-
This is not correct.
That's not correct, it's just that.
It's this one right now with
Okay.
this, right? That's the carrying the day throughout the project.
Got it. That was my main question. And then the steps that also look lighter in
The
color.
steps
that-
will be one of these lighter, we're not quite there yet, but again, it could go back to some of the pre-existing material, or it could go to a concrete. Again, we're in DD, we're still working through, but we want the stairs to be lighter. We don't want them to be darker.
The lighting plan isn't done yet either.
It's just, we've just brought our lighting
You've
design
kind of
on.
got these sort of artificial lights in there to.
This is our renderer, yeah, that we've had to.
But
So-
overall, just to make sure, you have the dark banding is part
Yes.
of the design intent. The beige is just gonna be one type of stone.
Yes.
No variation.
Yeah.
And then the steps are what you're exploring, but you want them to contrast.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Just the commission, I know many of you have been out there, but there are 3 different kinds of ground plane materials currently in Damrosch Park. None of them relate to the primary granite that is what Walter's sharing there. So one of the key ideas is to unify the ground plane.
And so this gives you some eye level context just through the gardens. And this is the height of that seat wall up at the top. You can actually see the band shell all the way in the back here. Right? And we think giving you that 50 to 50 plus feet really diminishes the change, right? So that now you have, again, this ability to come into a space and make decisions about how you actually want to move. You could choose to stay down here all day, move to an upper level, but you make many choices before you come into the park. And this is that upper level, the undulating seat I talked about that gives you this purview of looking backwards to San Juan Hill, Amsterdam Avenue, but also creating different types of seating in what we think is going to be a really, really charged area. And then coming out to the fountain, I'm on the other side now. I'm looking back towards NYCHA. And again, that's that scale of the old band shell, that memory literally wraps back around, giving you that formal view back to NYCHA. And then looking back up towards the Met, seeing the grove of trees, and then being within that grove, looking back out. This is walking along that northern edge. So this would be the most northern part that we're calling Monk's Walk right now. You can actually see how the canopy creates a gateway to that stair that takes you down to Amsterdam Avenue. Looking west. Sorry. Yeah. So this is looking west. Yeah. That's NYCHA. Met would be on the right. This is one of those seating elements I talked about along the edge. This is the grove of trees. This one's only 30 inches higher because it's not about performance. The one before is higher.
Okay, I think at our last presentation, Darren spoke about all the kind of improvements that were being made during a performance, which, as you know, when there's a performance currently, Summer for the City, the park is inundated with different facilities and elements that are supporting that sort of performance. So we're going to make the situation quite a bit better. But there's also an impulse that came out from our conversations with the community, which is to kind of make a more egalitarian theatrical experience. Someone that not only would be open to the community to the west, but also give everyone a chance to feel like they were part of the performance. So one of the aspects that we're quite excited about is currently the distance from the edge of the stage to the back of the audience is about 160 feet, give or take 1 or 2 feet, which means there's really a clear divide between front of the bus, so to speak, and back of the bus. What we're doing here is providing a much more egalitarian set of experiences so that we've now diminished what is 160 feet to 88 feet, so that everyone is much closer to the stage. And there isn't this sense of being in the back or in the front, which is currently the rectangular format. It also allows us, which is another important aspect, just go back for a quick second, to reduce the acoustic levels that it takes to project sound out. So I think there's a benefit in that sense too. Next. And the other thing that we mentioned is that currently when there is a performance, the better part of the park is not usable as a park. So what we'll be able to do when there's a performance, like performances that many of you might have seen, we can keep a secure area and then allow clear pedestrian access from Josie Robertson, or as Walter's illustrated, a very, very porous connection on Amsterdam. And that was one of the other things that we kept hearing from the community. When you guys have a performance, we love coming to the performance. The music is much more in tune with our aspirations, but we can't see it.
And Michael, one thing to note is that when there's a performance like Summer of the City, people aren't moving through, they're actually hanging out, listening to the performance. So the great thing is people now have places to be versus just standing there, which is something that's a very subtle thing, but I think it's really important because we always think about people moving through Lincoln Center, but when you go there, people are like at Lincoln Center.
Let me build on that. Could you go back one more slide, please? So currently, the performance area and the stage area is about 26,500 feet, right? It's very substantial. This now is closer to 16,800 feet. So there's more park area, more areas, particularly on a day like today, to hear a performance under shade. And that shade is being provided not only by a canopy, a trellis, but also by the kind of groves, lush groves of trees, many more trees that Walter's mentioning. So there isn't one bit of square footage here that's shaded. You can appreciate what it's like to be out in Danvers Park today. The other thing that we've been working very, very hard to do is to take much of the back of house and move it down below. So what you see is the plan of all the performance spaces that typically would have been on the surface are moved below, directly under the stage area and accessed through a very, very big functional freight elevator. So all of the back of house activities are now hidden. So again, the primary purpose is to give as much square footage back to the park.
And just going back one slide, Shreya, just to point out, these are public restrooms now. There are no public restrooms in Damrosch Park, so that's an enormously radical change here, but one that can be captured within the structure that Michael described. It's still cumulatively less than what was there before. Next slide. One of the things that's interesting from this roof plan is it begins to illustrate how the architecture of what we call shade and trellis, whether it's shading and trellising the theater area, or in this case, the part that trees can't get to, the tiered seating off the Overlook Grove. It's all about framing a destination that in the 9 months where there aren't performances necessarily, this is a destination as a plaza itself with seating areas. Next. And to start to look at the architecture, it's staying as low as it can be with an undulating wall and trees on 62nd Street. And then it can rise up to host the theater itself and then fall down for the edges, which are the kind of public performance porches, which are really hangout spaces. The materials that you're looking at, you can see that we're looking at both travertine or in this case, a precast that can bring the large materials, potentially of recycled travertine, into the story of what this looks like. So it's really a companion then to the buildings at Lincoln Center. Again, the paving, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but as Waldrop pointed out, we have this primary material, but we also have the deck that is in the area that's directly to the other side. So if we look at this, again, it's a hardworking section. Remember, this is not just a park on free land, but one where the kind of support structure, the level of the stage, the level of the overlook have to be the same for the control booth to actually work, but that offers the opportunity for this tiered seating and shaded area to extend in dialogue with the theater itself. Next. Again, though, what Walter was talking about was not only the built-in seating of these benches, but there's also the loose fit. And you've seen that over in Hearst Plaza about how compelling it is to be able to have people move seats around and enjoy that. So you can see that during the non-performance season, this is really a park destination, as well as in a shaded park destination, again, with the shade extending to these porches with views offered to Josie Robertson. Next. Again, the aerial view really gives you that sense of during performance season, this is what Lincoln Center does well. But in this case, they tend to do it behind walls that have a paywall, among other things. Here, there are no walls except for acoustic treatment with the glass in the walls here so that we have no sound traveling where it doesn't want to travel. And you could see the edges on both sides. These kind of porches are urban porches that reach out to the park and to Josie Robertson. Again, the magic happens now against the kind of urban skies with the taller buildings that were around. In some ways, this is sort of a petite vault within that grove. Next. Again, performance, I think, is really what Lincoln Center does so well and what the community said they have valued so much and wanted to make sure that that remained and continued to be a robust priority. Next. And yet again, those materials which we have here, clear glass, in this clear story here so that we can keep the sounds from traveling to the neighborhood. The travertine, stone and articulated polished precast, which we have here. And again, when we look at the painted steel, again, we're looking at both the bronze and then we're looking at a family of metals and we're still developing that. Next. But I think what is most important to many people is to know that this is a performance park. And what we experience always is the place of performance is discovered through the park's veil of trees, and that's the identifying signature that's shared throughout. Next. And then I think this really takes it back to
the most exciting spot.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so really, thank you.
Begin with our public testimony. Do I have anyone who is in person who signed up to testify? Yes, okay. So the way we're going to proceed is that we can give you a mic and you can come up here and you will have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your name for the record and any affiliations. And just give us one moment to get. Sorry. Yep.
Thanks very much. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
with the-
I'm not hearing it too much here. Okay, so hello, everybody. I am John Arbuckle, president of Docomomo US New York Tri-State, a local chapter of an international organization working in over 70 countries around the world to document and preserve building sites and neighborhoods of the modern movement. Damrosch Park is an important component of the original design of Lincoln Center, and some of its major elements are still relatively well preserved. The Guggenheim Bandshell, designed by Eggers and Higgins, successor to the office of John Russell Pope, is largely original. While much of the landscape has been altered, the original elevated square travertine planter boxes remain. These intentionally echoed and balanced the planters in the North Court, designed by Dan Kiley, one of America's preeminent landscape architects of the post-war era. And Kiley consulted on the design of Damrosch. Sadly, Kiley's North Court was erased when it was renovated, alterations which our chapter and other preservationists vocally opposed in 2005. We recognize and support Lincoln Center's goals of making Damrosch Park more welcoming to its neighbors to the west and of creating world-class performance areas. However, from the standpoint of preservation, it would be regrettable if the original bandshell and square planters were lost. The structure housing the Vivian Beaumont Theater and the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts, the product of a collaboration between Eros Saarinen and Gordon Bunshaft of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, has long been considered by many to be the best building at Lincoln Center, and it is an extremely important work of modern architecture. Its exterior remains largely unaltered, except for the understated rooftop addition of the Clairteau Theater by Hugh Hardy. Ada Louise Huxtable described it as a design of strong structural good looks and the sole moment at Lincoln Center that lifts the spirits of those to whom the 20th century is a very exciting time to be alive and for whom the fleeting sensibility of lighting effects and matching travertine is not enough. C. Roy Smith wrote in Progressive Architecture, the Beaumont Theater and the building enclosing it are the finest designs at Lincoln Center, and that it is a remarkable example of successful and seemingly selfless collaboration. While all Lincoln Center's original architects were prominent, Saarinen and Bunshaft were arguably the two most talented. Saarinen was among the most innovative architects of his time, both in terms of form and technology. Shortly after his tragic early death at age 51, Douglas Haskell, editor of Architectural Forum, wrote that Saarinen had designed the boldest buildings erected anywhere in the world by the generation of architects after Frank Lloyd Wright. The Vivian Beaumont is one of only 3 buildings standing in New York City, designed by him, along with the CBS headquarters and TWA Flight Center, both of which were designated New York City landmarks back in the 1990s. Bunshaft, who designed such seminal and elegant works as the Lever House on Park Avenue, received the Pritzker Prize in 1988, and several of his buildings are designated city landmarks. We strongly oppose the proposed alterations to the facade and stairs at the northwest corner of the Vivian Beaumont, because it is perhaps the finest building at Lincoln Center. It was designed by 2 of the most important and best architects of its period. It is among only 3 buildings designed by Saarinen in New York City, and because its exterior is still largely original, we request that the Vivian Beaumont be left alone. Attempts to make this design more contemporary and of the moment are unnecessary and will seriously alter its integrity and the original design intent, permanently ruining this key part of Lincoln Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I do want to reiterate that today, commissioners, we are not deliberating on architecture, including the facade of the library. We are only looking at Damrosch Park with regard to the landscape architecture and the plaza design. Thank you. Do I have anyone else in person who would like to testify? If so, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone else except team members here. So Chelsea, is anyone online here to testify?
We do have a few people signed up for remote testimony, including Miranda Belizia, Dean J. Fusto, and Megan Fitzpatrick. We can start with Miranda Belizia. If you are in the Zoom room, please use the raise hand feature. Seeing that there are no hands, we can move to Dean J. Fusto. We will now move to Megan Fitzpatrick. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Landmark West is a nonprofit committed to the preservation of the architectural heritage of the Upper West Side. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee would first like to thank the Lincoln Center staff for accommodating our tours of Damrosch Park and providing a detailed walkthrough of the proposal, and most importantly, for their willingness to address some of our initial concerns. Environmentally, we appreciate the shift towards a more permeable landscape and enhanced tree canopy. Socially, the new design enhances ADA and pedestrian access, and it integrates the park with its surroundings. Architecturally, we are also pleased to see that our earlier recommendation to retain the travertine clad corner at West 62nd Street was incorporated. That modification, along with the inclusion of travertine in other areas, helps maintain a sense of continuity with the larger Lincoln Center campus and original master plan. However, our committee still has several significant reservations. Completed in 1969, Damrosch Park, designed by Eggers and Higgins and Dan Kiley, was conceived as a public park with multifunctional uses. Its defining features include a geometric layout, raised planting beds, and the Guggenheim bandshell. The proposed redesign intends to eliminate these elements and supercharge activity within the park, but even when unpopulated, the park appears frenetic and busy. These design choices risk overshadowing the park's original identity as a serene, multifunctional landscape. Instead, it becomes a performance space with an adjunct park. We encourage simplifying or removing elements to restore clarity and calm to this civic setting. As preservationists, we lament the loss of the original bandshell, an architecturally significant feature of the 1969 landscape. The new performance infrastructure fundamentally alters the character of the park, linking it more programmatically, but less architecturally, to the classically designed modern campus. In terms of environmental mitigation for the surrounding neighborhood, our committee has concerns about the potential impact of light and sound pollution on nearby Amsterdam Avenue residents. With the proposed stage facing west, mitigation efforts are critical. We urge the Commission to press for a clear plan to manage these impacts at all times. One solution is to incorporate mature trees and plantings from the beginning. This park serves different functions to a cross-section of the community, but first and foremost, it is a park. The primacy of this civic space must remain paramount. We appreciate the inclusive process the design team has followed and the improvements made thus far. We hope the next steps will continue in this spirit, balancing community use, design, and preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next, we have Megan Krasny.
Hello.
Megan, you are muted. Please feel free to unmute yourself again.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Megan Krasny. I'm the program coordinator for Project Open. Project Open is a nonprofit that is part of Lincoln Towers. As you know, Lincoln Towers has about 8,000 to 10,000 residents and was built around the time that Lincoln Center was built as part of the whole project. We deal with our older residents of the community, and we have heard back from a few of them, and they are very enthusiastic about the way that the bus stop will be reimagined, and it will be much more welcoming and friendly. That's what the biggest, and many people are excited about many other portions, but that has been a repeating enthusiastically comment that I've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? Please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any additional hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. I want to note that we also received letters of testimony from Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine, from Landmark West, from the Municipal Art Society, and from Preservation Landscape Architect Michael Gotkin about this project. And so those letters have been distributed to commissioners, and we do have them on the record. Thank you.
And I want to reiterate that to the extent that those letters address the architecture, we will be keeping them in consideration for when the team comes back with their architecture presentation. Today, we were only considering the landscape. So with that, commissioners, are there any questions or comments?
Going to start, thanks. I have a number of comments and questions, but before I start, just in response to some of the testimony that was expressed, can you speak a little bit about how did the original landscape perhaps inform or inspire some of the moves that you're presenting here, which are contemporary, they're different, they're responding to perhaps a different need from the community for the space than existed before, but I still, at least as a designer, do see some references to it, and I would love to understand from your point of view how those references are incorporated into the project.
I'll start out and you guys can build on that. Is my mic still on? I think it is. Yeah.
I think so. Kelsey's still on?
Can you go?
Yes, we can hear.
When you look at the plan, we started very early looking at the geometries on the entire campus site itself. And both Marion, Michael, and myself were professors. We've taught architecture for over the last 25 years. And Kylie, for me, has been one of the people I've admired, a mentor to say, but really thinking about the ideas behind his work. And one simple idea with Kylie is this idea of slippage. He uses geometry as a way to sort of bring you through spaces. And what we've figured out as we work through was the grove has become the main kind of element that literally moves you around the space. Currently today, you read the Zelkovas against the north side, but you can't go under them. And basically what we've taken is, you still have the grove, but now you can come in. So that's a move that we've done, and we've offset it so that, again, it's not one line. And so you have a series of geometries that work with a ground plane that reinforces a kind of a modernist idea of space, that it's not closed space, it's open space. We've tried to maintain, again, some of the historic palimpsests using scale, the scale of the bandshell. We work with Charles Birnbaum. We noticed that looking this way today, you see the bandshell, the scale of it really frames. Now you have a new element that does the same framing. It's just not a piece of architecture, it's a piece of landscape. We also thought about, again, unlike today, the big dance floor area here, there is no shade. It's just a big open space. And so one can talk about the kind of the passiveness of big open space, but it's a terrible space to be in when there's not a performance. And so we've literally reoriented that. So this now becomes that new sort of central space along with this plaza. So instead of having one big thing, we now have two. And they're very, very different, but they actually, the geometries bring them back together. And I'll let Mary and Michael speak to the stage.
In many ways, I think what Walter's touching on here is really the spirit of the park that was there, and also the spirit of Kylie's work. One of the things that's very interesting is that the existing Guggenheim Bandshelf has its relaxed geometries. It's very other than the crisp geometries you associate with the orthogonal grid of Lincoln Center. Similarly, what they call the dance floor, again, has this kind of a, you know, inspired by Rio, you might say, paving pattern that again is relaxed, again, in counterpoint. So we sort of took two clues, not just from that, but also from the fact that the very large buildings that we associate with performance here and the scale of them are on this side of the campus. So by drawing the theater here, keeping those relaxed geometries, but also keeping in mind that what has been a vast and empty space that's uninhabitable 9 months of the year could really be taken into the conversation of the park. So I think, Michael, that's really, you know, relative to what Walt was talking about and relative, Isabella, your question, it's drawing forward not only inspiration from that, but a recognition of what we can also be doing to make this a year-round destination.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts on that. I would say, I think from a personal level, even though I'm a Dan Kiley fan and a DocoMomo fan, and I love to preserve everything that one can. There were some failures with the original layout, having to do with relationship to the community, having to do with accessibility, having to do with just environmental considerations that in this day and age are becoming even more present for all of us. So I think the overall design does a really good job of balancing that both spatial and in a way architectural inspiration and legacy, while creating spaces that are a lot more tailored to the needs of the community today, to the needs of accessibility, and to the needs of environmental comfort. Again, we're here in New York City, where we're experiencing several days of 100-degree weather, and I think the design does a good job at balancing hard and soft. I want to thank you for some of the adjustments you've done to the layout. I think the layout is feeling now like it's grounded. It has a good hierarchy of spaces and clear circulation. But I do have a couple of suggestions and comments on the layout. If we can go to the plan that does not have the canopy, yeah, this one. Oh, yeah, that one. On the model here, I noticed that you have these two thinner stairs that follow the 50-foot grid. And on the plan, you only have one. And when I saw the plan, my first impression was that that is a stair that likely is the most inviting and the one that most people will be taking. And the scale felt very, very small compared to all the width of the pathways. When I look at the model, I'm really intrigued by the model because I'm intrigued by the idea of actually changing the scale and creating a very different journey from going through more of a meandering hardscape through a sloping garden. So I would like to hear your thoughts on the discrepancy between the two.
You're picking up on, we're in the middle of the design process. And after our last meeting with you, I shifted everything back. We started thinking about the seating, and then it was like, let's have more stairs. And so we had 2 stairs, which I really like. Then as we, again, started looking, I started thinking, is it excessive to have another stair here? Because we were trying to work the geometry of this upper piece. So right now, I'm in design development, right? But I think what you're picking up on is, again, when we first started out, there was no set of stairs and people were asking and we're like, well, can we put it? Now there's a big stair here, which gets you up really fast. And I do think having these smaller ones, we were thinking these would be, the kids would love these stairs, right? And so again.
Yeah, but you're also picking up a design element with the stairs so that the force of
the geometry
also aligns with the force of aesthetic sort of pavers. So your movement and aesthetics go together. So if you don't do it, then you kind of break that and then you have a kind of lopsidedness. So you gotta consider that. And then I was thinking about this a lot and I was sort of like, there isn't really a term now for degentrification, like there should be a term for degentrification. You should come up with it. Because that's what you're trying to do. The Steven Spielberg 2024 West Side Story is all about this moment where he very specifically targets the sharks and the jets on this site and how gentrification made their lives hell and made them fight each other. And then, of course, Maria. Anyways, never mind. But the point is, this site is sort of mythologically connected to gentrification. People feel that. So you're undoing a mythological, proportionate gentrification for the city. That's not to put pressure on you. Thank you. All right, you're welcome.
No, but that gave us that, I mean, that's why doing more felt, how can I say, to be overly kind of compensation.
But I think that in this way, when you're thinking about this, as you come up with a term for what it is that you are doing, that will help focus the individual pieces of it, because naming is important to honing operation. So if the opposite of gentrification is humanization architecturally, the opposite of manifest destiny is critical regionalism, the opposite of, it's sort of like this amorphous thing. But I think if you kind of think of the name of this operation, then it will help in tremendously. But then I think lastly, the main element to the landscape that is still landscape architecture, but is the acoustics, that the trees and their ability to absorb sound before they hit this facade to carry sound over is going to be a crucial element how do you do that? Are there the trees there that already exist, or are you gonna be able to get trees that will source it, et cetera? I looked at the models you guys originally gave, and it wasn't really acceptable in the bleed level, because it's great that everybody now has a group front yard. But like, even for somebody like me who owned a historically landmark brownstone in Fort Greene, I recognized when the park got more popular and there was more programming in the park, I was in my living room, I did not want a concert.
Yeah.
But I had a concert. So this is, in the public housing, I think that people have been communicating to you that they want to be connected to it. But then that also means that they should have a bit of ability of control of that on-off switch.
Right. I mean, just to add to that, by the way, we're working with acousticians that are world-class.
Yes.
And one of the most important things relative to the sound bleed right now is that if this is a Damrosch shell, there's a temporary stage that's put in front of it. The way that stage is constructed, roof, walls, and sides, theater scrim, which means all the sound is bleeding out. Instead, we have a 20-foot high acoustic wall, again, then glass clear story here, framed all the way so that the only element of sound, which by the way, as Michael mentioned, is not blasting all the way to get to here, is kept focused in this space. So it's a game-changing improvement on the acoustics.
And I wanted to say that, like, a lot of the sound design now is digital so that you can have it modeled out before you ever go to crank. And I really wanted to see that model before.
Right. We have that model.
Okay, great. Okay, then I'm happy. I'm so happy. And I think it is beautiful. And I do think that whatever term you guys come up with that is this parallel opposite to degentrification, it does matter. And it will hone this thing. And it does need a bit of honing, because you're still kind of figuring out how the little bits work. So
I think that word is,
I'm just guy with our.
the word is the opposite of eminent domain, I think.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of eminent domain or urban renewal, whatever the opposite of that is.
Just so I understand both your comments, though, are you leaning towards more versus less?
I haven't finished my comments,
Okay.
but I am leaning more in circulation wise.
Yeah.
Again, I think that the layout is really grounded now. I think it's there. But the meandering nature of this Amsterdam garden leads to almost a meandering way to get up that I think this additional stair does and that plan doesn't. And I worry about, as a public space designer, that people will scramble up that sloping garden, which again, I think is a really strong way to dissolve the wall into now what is 100% green. I worry about that because you have so many different ways in which you can enter, but you don't have that many ways in which you can get to the top. So I think the model is a little bit more successful from that perspective.
I think there are two items too. Yeah. Two items that also address the issue of intimacy and acoustics. One was what I had mentioned is that the audience is 1/2 closer. And that means less sound too, but it also means that the folks who are listening to performance feel like they can interact with the performer. But the other metric that I mentioned is a misconception that there's more performance area. There's actually less performance area. So I said 25,000 square feet is currently audience area and stage. We're a little over 16,000. Again, because some of that's tucked under a trellis and under trees. So just to clarify several of the comments that have come from some other organizations that they're losing park area, it's the opposite. There's more park area.
Isabella, I think that's touching on the stair question.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to.
No, I think we good. Yeah, I'm settled with that. Yeah, I'm good.
Do you have more?
I just have two more points of observation. So the reason I asked you about the materials and the renderings is that the renderings do feel a little bit busy in terms of design vocabulary. Again, like, we went through the layout, we went to resolving the site challenges. Now you're turning into that moment of what does it actually feel and look like? And get it that this is not the design intent, but I think a rendering like this perhaps is what sparks some of the comments about a little bit of the respect and the inspiration of the more modernist approach. This starts feeling perhaps like too many new layers of design, as opposed to letting the spatiality of the new proposal be what takes over. And some of your other renderings, which show just a more simpler paving pattern, I think are more successful from that perspective. And then the last comment, which is also related to that, is the furnishing then. You have a lot of different types of furnishing here. I think this curvilinear one is very successful in, again, having this push and pull between the architecture of the Bancho and also the Dan Kiley Nook seating is kind of like, I think, this great merger of the two. And I think it's really powerful. When I look at that against the benches along the Grove and against, those, and then those other benches and then the granite benches, then I start getting a little bit of less clarity as to the design vocabulary of what you want to communicate today versus what you want to perhaps recede in the background and let the campus be what it is. So just food for thought in the future, maybe thinking about all of these as one family, whether they share one material, whether they share one geometry, they're still different in their configuration, scale, and how they may lead to more solitary versus conversational orientation. But right now they all feel completely different from each other. And I think there needs to be something that ties them together so that there is a notion of the campus, but there is also the notion of the new design vocabulary this space is receiving.
Yeah, well taken.
Yeah, for me, the paving pattern for the art walk area, I feel touches on that because, you know, it's so different from the other paving patterns. It's really dense. It makes it really clear how you connect from Amsterdam Avenue to this. Like it's really clear that this is almost like a concourse between Amsterdam Avenue and then, you know, the main Josie Reed Plaza. So I think it's successful in that level, but I feel like the graphic pattern makes it feel really separate from, you know, the rest of the park. And maybe you really want this to be this almost like express lane from Amsterdam Avenue to the front, or what used to be called the front of. It feels really strong to me and different. And related to that too is the patterns seem to extend to the sidewalk. And through that, and you know, I think we've, you know, discussed this in the past for other projects. You know, it's always a touchy thing. Does the graphic language or identity of a project extend to the public space of the sidewalk?
Well, that's a great comment. And you know, currently today, it's almost like you don't even know that space exists because doing some of the city, there
So
are
this is
trucks.
existing, this pattern.
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying the space
Got it.
is like
Yeah.
right now, trucks are there, right, for
Mhm,
summer of the city. So you don't really use it. And this used to be 63rd, right? The concourse, the street that cut the block. And so very early, you know, the community, we wanted to really give that nod back, right, to what was taken away. And maybe it's in contrast. And that was the way, because Monk's Circle is further down. And that's why we picked up on Monk's Walk, and then can take you all the way to Broadway. So if you chose to just walk through, you could cut through. And again, we're still workshopping that. And I think as we get closer, the paving pattern will get a little bit more resolved, but it's still the same paving. So it's just reconfigured in a different way.
I mean, I think there's a clarity of the connection that I like that part, but then just when I look at the plan view, there's three different patterns together that I guess contributes.
But again, when you look in the perspective, you know, it's the plans and perspectives again.
And the model too, I think it's very clear that you're going straight through it, like connects to the canopy of the New York State Theater or Copes Theater. Yeah, I mean, I think that part is really successful.
Thank you.
Michael, did you have something?
No, I just wanted to remind the commissioners that one thing, and point well taken, we will be simplifying the different materials that are currently at Damrosch, because I mentioned it's a bit of a hodgepodge. And so to the extent that the ground plane is essentially two materials, the kind of tweed granite and the black, I think it's black monolithic. That will, I think, of course, doesn't change the comment about the patterns, but at least the kind of materiality will be a little bit quieter.
On use of the benches in all the different areas, as I want to just piggyback on what you're saying about there being in a family. I think that, you know, the benches are doing a job, and I don't feel like their job, what they're doing right now, is directly connected to their location. And each location has a particular meaning. And the benches have to have a meaning that rhymes with that, and that will create the family. So there was a water area. And in the water area, you want there to be benches that are permeable, and you want there to be spaces where people can reside and do different stuff than here where you may want to have seating for eating.
Right.
So, and I think that sort of thinking about them as having that particular function may make them conform as a use value group. And does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioners, we're almost out of time. Any last comments before I summarize?
Just want to say one thing, because I know we're not reviewing the architecture. But I feel the area of the dance floor, which we see here in the background, has been so far a little underrepresented on the presentations. I just wanted to ask if that's forthcoming as part of the architectural work.
I think it was labeled as one of the things that would be part of that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's this area here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just because, I
This
mean,
area.
exactly,
Yeah.
just this gesture, the
Yeah.
sitting steps,
Yeah.
the trellis, all have a very strong
Yeah.
design vocabulary that I just don't think we have
Yeah.
looked at that carefully yet.
Yeah, I think that we'll look forward to sharing the genesis of that.
Michael, the cantor.
Yeah, we'll look forward to sharing the genesis of that, because there is a real collaboration between the West.
Last thing I want to say is that on this facade, there should be extra treatment for acoustics. On this,
On the
facade.
map.
Even though it's not really part of the landscape, it will really impact the landscape, and if you don't have access to that facade, I get it, but
That's part of the plan.
that's part of, okay, great, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to summarize the comments, and I want to start by with Ken's comment about the gentrification. We just saw the presentation of Victory, which is a beautiful figural sculpture by Vinnie Bagwell to replace the Marion Sims sculpture that was at 103rd and 5th Avenue. And it strikes me that in some ways what you're doing is similar to that. It's the story that we're telling ourselves about who we are as a city and the kind of values we have. And I've said this to you all before. I think to Ken's point, like making the decisions and telling that story. I mean, it's really you, Leah, in some ways, I think, who's about what is actually happening here. Because in another reading, it could be seen as like, oh, well, Lincoln Center has tons of money and they're just throwing it around to make something beautiful. And yes, that's true in one register, but in another register, what you're doing here is an act of generosity and a change in the narrative that we tell ourselves about the values that we hold. And I really wish you would all, and I know you don't need to do that here for us, but I think that is a really important story right now about this landscape. And I think it's in some ways.
That bonds the architecture, the landscape architecture.
Exactly, yeah. So, all right, so with that, I'm just gonna say.
That bonds the landscape architecture and architecture to the people.
Right.
Sorry, it has to be on, everything's recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah, no, yeah. And it's very clear that you are, there's a kind of elegance in the dance that you all do with your iterations between the elements that I, as a designer, really appreciate that, and you've done that so elegantly. So I'm just gonna summarize tactically the comments of others. Really important for us, but also for many other stakeholders, this kind of articulating how this scheme is growing out of the Bunshaft Kylie legacy. Really important.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that. And you know, we can see that the spatial and architectural legacy is represented here. I think it's important for all constituents and stakeholders to make sure that you kind of lead with that in some ways. So I'm just putting that out there. Then Isabel's comment regarding this circulation, that 2-in-1 stairs, we understand that you're in design development. Just something to think about that leading with the story. The acoustics, you're already doing the sound design, the furnishings, all in one family. We know that's a DD task, so you're doing that. And finally, thinking about the kind of calming down of the paving pattern and maybe in a way how that reconnects to that kind of Kylie Bunshaft legacy. And I understand that you're doing that in a way that will be very robust. So with that,
I'll now take a roll call vote on this item number 30070, preliminary review for the reconstruction of Damrush Park, including streetscape improvements at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts at West 62nd Street between Columbus Avenue and Amsterdam Avenue in Manhattan. Commissioners, when I call your name, please make sure your mic is on. Kenseth Armstead.
Humanization approval.
There you go. Isabel Casilla. Approved. Bill Heinzen.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney. Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Merrill Tish.
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approved.
I also approve and want to congratulate the team. We are unanimous in our approval of this wonderful reconstruction of Damrush Park. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute
you.
break and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
This microphone. Thank you so much.
Chelsea, I'm checking the audio. Can you hear me in here?
Yes, confirming that I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. I wanted to reintroduce myself quickly. I'm Jenna Miller. I'm the Director of Urban Design and Policy. I'm standing in for Sriyoshi Banerjee, our Executive Director, while she's on parental leave. So I've been helping Deborah to run the meeting. Quickly, I'm going to remind the team that since we've already heard the presentation for conceptual review. Once we're going to try and limit the time to 10 minutes so that we have time for deliberation. Thank you.
Wanna get started? Yeah, go right ahead. Welcome, Gail.
Thank you. Hello again, commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. Would like to thank you on behalf of the agency and the design team for your continued attention and review for this project. We're here today basically to respond to your latest round of feedback in pursuit of an eventual conceptual approval. Your first presenter is Greg Pasquarelli from SHOP, then James Tenenheis from Field Ops, and then Don Bilodeau from Pentagram. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Great to see everyone today. Thank you, commissioners. We were here in April with our last presentation. I know that we've submitted a written report, sort of highlighting all of the comments that came back from the commissioners. And today we sort of do it very quick because we know we only have 10 minutes. So we sort of grouped everything by themes to get through some of the big changes that we have made and to understand what some of the issues are. And then I hope there'll be many questions at the end, and happy to have the discussion. So this is just to remind you of the master plan of Met Park. And so a lot of the questions had to do with massing and materiality of the buildings. So we had the site is limited because of Shea Road, the project boundaries to the south because of the MTA, the fire lane around Citi Field. So these were all things that were constricting to the site and to the project as a whole. It's obviously also all in the floodplain. So we have a lot of issues of getting the entire project up out of the floodplain. And so always the idea was to push the project as far west as we could and as far north as we could to get as large a space as possible in the center, but always to have the connection on the east and west, and to think of it as a natural extension of Flushing Meadow Park up to the water. What this gives us is a lot of flexibility for the kinds of programming that we'll have in this central part of the park. It's over 400 feet wide at the north. It's over 300 feet wide here. It's over 200 feet wide here. So we've got some really great spaces that come together. I think from a wayfinding perspective and from the master plan perspective, the idea was always to have this central location as you come off the 7 train and how many people will enter, and using these series of Flatiron buildings as the kind of central point. And that leads you then into the different directions and also bring you from the neighborhoods and through into the site. And this gives you more than 20 acres of parkland on the site. And then we have additional relief on the building on the north side. But the idea was really to keep all the cars on the perimeter and have the entire central part of the site be pedestrian only. And then for the massing of the building, again, it's programmatically driven. So we've got the music venue here, the hotels here. We push the hotels as far west as possible to have as little shading on the park itself. And, we looked at the 39 and 64 World's Fair. We looked at Flatirons around the city. We looked at Ebbets Field. We looked at cultural campuses. We looked at the materiality of Citi Field. We looked at red brick, and we looked at the kind of rhythm and patterns, and also the steel articulation and tectonics to bring those into the buildings to create the campus. So always it had been this notion of these 2 datum lines that come directly from Citi Field and move across into the integrated resort, and to use this kind of vertical pilaster rhythm on the buildings and around the Flatirons in order to create this kind of central campus element. At Citi Field, it goes from sort of more articulated to less articulated to minimalist. We tried to do the same thing on the integrated resort. carrying these lines across and this vertical rhythm across the facade. So you had asked us to look at adding a little bit more detail. You talked about materiality, which was more of a kind of champagne color. We've moved it now towards a bronze finish. We've added articulation along the park. And this is how we're trying to make the building come down, hit the ground in a more successful way and connect with Citi Field. So again, also on the hotels, we did the same thing. So this was the previous champagne color. And now you could see it as a deeper, richer bronze color, which we think actually works quite well. It was very helpful. For the Taste of Queens, we again looked at the World's Fair. We looked at some historical Queens buildings, and to think about it for a market building, we use the same datum lines, so it comes together as a full composition. And you could see how those go around the curvature of the Flatiron elements. And so this was, again, this vertical rhythm and this kind of blackened steel tectonic that picks up from the part of Citi Field. And we brought red brick from Citi Field across and put a textured red brick at the base, which we think brings it in and helps the whole campus and unites all the buildings. So here you can see the material palette for the garages, which we've spent a lot of time working on, and also of the Taste of Queens Market. The garages also follow the same patterning with the heights connected to Citi Fields. And then here you could see some of the entryways. This was a place that there were a lot of comments from the commissioners about the entry, the connection to the park, what faces the park, and the clarity of vertical transportation. So this was where we had that sort of large concrete block. You could see we've done a minimalist screen. There's a lot more investment on this garage in order to do that. And you could see the stairs that lead up, some of the park elements coming across. You could see on the other side as well, along Seaver Way, opening up the corners, having multiple ways for people to get from the garage into Citi Field. And I'm going to turn it over to James.
Thank you.
That was as fast as I could go. In the heat.
Hi, everyone. I'm James Kanainis with Field Operations. I'm an architect, and I'm going to guide you through public realm design updates that we've done based on your design prompts, focusing mostly on ways of accessing and connecting the public realm to the various neighborhoods. I'll be walking around the perimeter of the site, starting on the southeast corner along the Roosevelt corridor. We're reimagining this entire corridor. It's a little dispiriting today, but in the future, we're hoping to see this as a broad, open park space that really extends the park tissues all the way to the front door of the Corona neighborhood. At this entrance, we see this as welcoming and inviting. It integrates both the bike lane and wide new sidewalks, as well as a broad new park space south of Roosevelt. Like I said, this stretch here is pretty harsh and uninviting. And in the future, we're hoping to have a nice treed forest walk on the north side and a large recreational park over 200 feet deep, 800 feet wide on the south side. You asked us to actually expand this park. In the previous iteration, we showed you this plan, and we've added nearly half an acre to this space. We're hoping to design and finalize the layout of this configuration with New York City Parks to find the right programs, the right location, and the right kind of treatments for this area. We're also hoping to treat this as a very bright and colorful, joyful space. And we're going to build off some of the colors and spirits that you find in New York Mets, the World's Fair, as well as the New York State colors, to kind of create a warm, inviting, welcoming, friendly place for families and children alike. A place where you can play, or also find a seat under the shade of a tree. And then on the north side, a place that unites a number of transportation infrastructures, as well as mature trees and dense planting, and the possibility for a cultural walk that could extend the length of Roosevelt. This could be a place where you could lock your bike before entering the main body of the park. And then on the east side of the park, the southeast corner, connecting to Willets Point, you asked us to investigate this area here and reduce the hardscape plaza and emphasize some of the pedestrian connections here. So we've done that. We've reduced the size of the pedestrian plaza, nestled it amid a number of open green spaces, and prioritized pedestrian connections moving east from the MTA station to Willets Point in a multitude of ways across that width. In the present day condition, there's very limited access. There's no green space. There's no community space. There's no accessible connection to the subway. And by unlocking the space using structured parking, we can achieve all those items and bring the park tissue all the way to the front door of the Willets neighborhood. Again, hoping that these pedestrian connections are broad and allow for larger throughput for access from the MTA station to Willets Point, but also the soccer stadium beyond. All amid a green, verdant, pedestrian prioritized connection. Moving to the north side of the site along Shea Road, the present day conditions have a very little 4-foot wide sidewalk connecting into the western portion of the site. This is actually a utility corridor, so it kind of limits what we can do here. But all the same, we're hoping to include a new dedicated bike lane and a new dedicated pedestrian lane, as well as maximize the amount of planting we can possibly achieve here to create a warm, friendly, welcoming, park-like experience for users on the north side of the site. You also asked us to look and investigate the connection along Shea underneath Northfield. Here, we're hoping to achieve a bright, transparent, open connection underneath the parking garage, which could be a connection during inclement weather. We've widened the sidewalks here, made them as wide as possible. You also directed us to look at light and art as a way to kind of create a high quality passage. And so these are some early concepts that we'll continue to develop during DD, but the idea here is to introduce color, joy, and light so that this is a pleasant connection moving west and or east. You also asked us to investigate the notion of what the park identity is, as well as investigate ideas about what Met's heritage and build that into the park. I'm going to describe some implicit ways that we're doing that through design, and then my colleague at Pentagram will share some ideas how we're doing that more explicitly. So we want this park to feel familiar, grounded, and public, and we're doing that through a design that's inspired both by the World's Fair as well as just the public nature of New York City parks. And the New York City parks have a very established way of doing things, right? They've got a known material palette, native and adaptive plants, and a kind of standardized approach to furnishing. Hoping to build off of that and take that standardized unit paving, put it in a sand setting for the geotechnical purposes, as well as set it up in a permeable way for stormwater reasons. We're hoping to break up some of that paving area with a lighter tone color, integrating concepts about, or echoing concepts about the Mets uniform, as well as sheet music, to create paving that kind of draws users in and invites them and welcomes them to the campus, as well as integrating Mets logo at the anchor point of the Mets Willets station, introducing the Mets logo at that point. And then again, riffing off the ideas of the the World's Fair, and hoping to create a standardized selection of park furnishing. We're still in the early days here. This isn't quite it, but the idea is to unite the feel of the campus through color and material for a welcoming, cohesive environment for the Queens neighborhood. And I'll pass the microphone to my colleague at Pentagram, who will take us through identity, signage, and wayfinding. Yeah. Nope.
Hi, everybody, I'm Don Bilodeau from Pentagram. Nice to meet you all. So we've been working on the signage and wayfinding. We're tracking a little bit behind the rest of the design team, but their work is informing a lot of ours. Our signage and wayfinding goals are to establish an identity for Metropolitan Park as a distinct and new destination within Queens and New York City. But part of that also is supporting the project aspirations of an elevated park experience. We want to provide a unique and authentic signage program that hopefully hasn't really been seen in the New York City area before, and elevates the park itself. Our materials and forms will be inspired by the site's rich history, the World's Fair, the Mets, and of course, Old Shea. Our unified signage and graphics program needs to have intuitive and inclusive navigation, orientation, and messaging, not only for the site itself, but also to establish connectivity to the neighborhood at large, all the other sports venues that are nearby. We want to really make sure that we're emphasizing and amplifying the pedestrian experience in and around the park. As such, we're going to include necessary wayfinding support, not only for IR and City Field, but also the nearby community projects that are all there. And you'll see some slides that kind of speak to that in just a little bit. So the campus name, it's Metropolitan Park. We think that's a great name. It harkens back to the city, to the Mets. It has all kinds of great connotations. There's a series of brands and some opportunities. We've got the Metropolitan Park brand, which is a work in progress a little bit. But we've also got the IR and City Field. And of course, some areas will absolutely need New York City Parks signage. All of those systems, parks, the IR and City Field already have their own wayfinding programs. And we're going to create a unique program unto itself that hopefully links all of those as well as the surrounding community. Starting with site orientation and event directories, these will be electronic and static displays that can display events, neighborhood maps, site maps, and possibly touchscreens so that multilingual folks can go and use a QR code or touch the screen and use these screens just like anybody else. Here's some examples of some multilingual signs that we're using as precedent. Again, we want to recognize the borough's multilingual community and be part of that. We're inspired by some other elevated parks in New York City, the High Line, Domino Park and Brooklyn Bridge Park. These are all parks in the city that have used an elevated wayfinding design that helps connect them to their surrounding communities in a great and unique way. And we want to draw from their experiences. And of course, as I was saying earlier, we want to recognize the past and this rich history of the site, the World's Fair, Shea Stadium. There's a lot of great graphic cues and form cues that the signage will ultimately draw from. As I was saying earlier, we want to make sure to emphasize and amplify the pedestrian entries and the traffic flows and make sure we're very well connected to the rest of the community. We've begun doing our initial pedestrian entries and traffic flows, and here you can see the major decision point as most folks come off of the subway, but all these other very, very important entries as well for everybody coming in from the nearby community. Vehicles are also going to be very important to control and maintain their traffic flows so that minimizes traffic in the community. So all of the entrances have been carefully considered and will be carefully signed so that cars coming to and from events will get into the spaces and back out pretty quickly, hopefully not creating any bottlenecks in and around the neighborhood. Our submission had included our traffic flows as well as some preliminary location plans. We won't go through this in much detail today. We don't have time, but these were a first stab at initial locations for all of the various sign types that we anticipate the program including. We'd also included some zonal diagrams, really more for massing purposes, not so much for design. We generally, when we do our zonal drawings, just color code sign types. So these yellow signs are identifier signs, the blue are vehicular wayfinding. Then when we move to the pedestrian signs, we have this kind of purple color for site directories, a more pinkish color for event directories, and then red for pedestrian wayfinding signs. These are key sign types. There'll be a heck of a lot more signs than these, but these guys are usually the key drivers of the rest of the design of the rest of the sign program. And then we'd also included some zonal renderings, again, for massing, showing you where these sign types might land in some very specific renderings. Yes.
Are those colors just meant for identification on the schematic drawings you're doing here, or those are the colors for the?
No, they're purely zonal
For
colors,
got it.
just to identify different sign types.
Understood. Thank you.
I won't have any yellow signs.
Yeah. I don't know if that would mind the rainbow thing, but yeah.
So that's my my part of the presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, team. So, commissioners, I'm going to start by thanking, you have addressed many of the things that we raised in your presentation, Greg and James. And so I want to specifically call out that we really appreciate the revised entry on the Willits side. with the kind of curvy lines and the additional parkland, that's going to make it much nicer for the people who will be living on that side. We also appreciate the reduction of the parking on that south area and understand that one of the things that we wanted to raise with you is we feel like that section is sort of like, we don't really understand what's happening there. So I'm explicitly putting a bookmark that it's like, you're telling us that needs to be designed and we're saying it needs to be designed. Is that, you agree with that?
Yeah, well, I think our intent is to way the character.
Yeah, there's fields and
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
but you know, the devil's in the details and we don't really know what goes on there. So that's the point I'm making. And then I also want to thank you. Well, we didn't really look at this. I know we worked on the connection to the marina in the north. Did you just show us that? Did I miss that or?
Yeah, it's in submission. It's not in this deck here, but we probably pull it up. It's in the appendix. It's what we call the Whitestone connection. And it's the last kind of ligature from the park up into the marina area.
Yeah.
I have to go through that if you want.
I mean, you don't have to go through it in detail. I understand from your last submission that you've changed some of the lighting and some of the other things to
Right.
make that like a better experience as you go north-south up there.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you for all that. So before I run through, I'm gonna now kind of cede to my fellow commissioners. I'd like to do what we did last time, walk through the site. So maybe we'll bring up plans and I want to kind of drill down into all of those neighborhood connections. But before I do that, I'm gonna ask others for their comments.
Yeah, I'll just actually have to leave pretty soon. So thanks for sharing the initial wayfinding thoughts. I think it's a really big, complex project.
Yeah.
And just some of my initial responses would be, which part is, NYC Parks and which part is Metropolitan Park and how do those two coincide? How do they incorporate each other's languages, et cetera? I mean, I think it's a tricky brand architecture problem. And I think it's a really interesting challenge. Yeah. So, is there a need to differentiate? Because Metropolitan Park, my understanding is like that as an entity is not an NYC park. Only the part in the center is the park. So I think identifying that is important. And even to speak to some of the examples you showed, which I think are all great examples, like Domino Park is that's not actually an NYC park. That's like that's a private park open to the public. NYC Parks obviously is, that's the city park system, publicly owned, publicly run. Highline, I think, is a really great example of how you have a brand for a park and you integrate it into the New York City park system. But that park does not really have private entities within it. So I think that's a tricky thing too, to kind of manage as well in the system. And then, Brooklyn Bridge Park, which I think is a great park, it is a public park, but the brand is so opposite. I prefer a more kind of, for me, I think a more integrated approach, that feels more integrated, I think works really. So I think the idea of Metropolitan really can drive it. You have the Mets, but just the notion of Metropolitan, it belongs to the city baseball team, but also the Metropolitan Transit Authority is also a big part of it. And there's just a lot of heritage to draw on. I really like the images, like I think I saw Run DMC as like a potential part of like the park, showing like the kind of heroes of Queens. I think that's a great, thing to integrate too. So that'd be my thought.
Great, thank you. Yes.
Greg, can you pull up the red brick wall again?
Sure.
And first of all, I just want to say you had me at the Met logo.
Figured it's fine.
But if you can bring up that slide with the
With the materials. That's right.
Yeah, and the colors are similar as well. No, it's not that one. It's I guess the one
With the red brick.
Yes, Taste of Queens.
I was hoping
Yeah.
Yes, this one.
Correct.
26.
Well, while we call that up, I just want to respond, open, like initially to your comments. I think we'll get more detail on what you're talking about, but I think the whole thing's a New York City park. I don't think we're changing any of that, and it will remain as such. I think that concept here is that we're adding a layer in some way, whether it be beneath or above, and just trying to establish, a campus, if you will. It's similar to the examples that we noted, the governance models where there is another entity and brand or concept there.
So I really appreciate all of the changes and the responsiveness, right, of all of you, right, to us. I mean, not everyone is as responsive to our feedback, and I think that matters a lot to me and to the commission. And I think changing this reflects that. I do, and I've said many times, think that Citi Field is generally one of the most beautiful baseball stadiums in Major League Baseball, and that we should have, and we should be in all of this very sensitive to it, to its centrality. So I really, I appreciate the addition of the red brick wall, and also I love all the nods to Flushing Meadows Corona Park, and of course our World's Fairs. And I, from this vantage point, for the first time, I see the Queen's Theater and the architecture of the Queen's Theater represented here. And I had just not seen it, but once I saw this, I loved that. I don't know if that was intentional, but there are all of these nods to the architecture of the World's Fairs, and I love that. And then if you can go back to the bridge between the stadium and the parking garage, because that was a big focus of ours as well, and certainly mine as well.
Just 30. One more. Yes, perfect.
Yeah, it was actually another one that had sort of. Maybe that's it. Yeah, that's it. You know, I think how the bridge connects to that particular portion of Citi Field, and then you opening up the garage portion, right? There's a symmetry there that wasn't present.
That's correct.
But it was just sort of a block wall, and I thought it detracted from the beauty of the stadium, and this connects it in a much more seamless way. I mean, and I understand that it is now a much more expensive garage than when you first came to us. But I think the project and the people of Queens deserve the very best. And so I just wanted to also point that out. And then in all seriousness, I think the pattern when you come off the 7 train, I take the 7 train when I go to Met Games, and you see the new pattern that you got there. And yes, the Mets logo reminds us all that while there may be an entertainment center and casino to the left, the site has, you know, for the last 60 years plus been the home of the New York Mets, right? And that's, none of this happens without that. So and I obviously the Roosevelt Avenue right to the south from what you're doing, big park. Even the nod to the neon signs that were once, you know, in the front of Shea Stadium in the, I guess they went up in the 80s, those neon signs. But that's great. You're not actually going to have neon there, are you? Or is that?
Well, it's a concept.
Yeah.
You know, LED would be the more modern, but
Yeah. But that would be so much fun.
Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah.
Sorry, microphone. We would love for those to be LED lights, and you're hitting the right word, fun. That's the intent here, and to recall a history of the Mets.
Yeah.
That aligns with sports.
Yeah, and a portion of Queens, right, that this particular streetscape, which now is just horrific, right? And then brightening it up, building all of this infrastructure for the residents of Corona is really, really important. So I again, I just appreciate all of the work and all the changes and all the responsibilities.
Thank you. Well, we've had an extraordinarily supportive client as we went through the redesign who wanted to do what was right for the city, and that was remarkable. And what was also remarkable, commissioners, you got me to put red brick on a shop building. Never happened.
Jeremy, Bill, anything?
Can you go back to the slide at the pull up right here, garage?
It's just.
And then a couple of the renderings. Yeah, yes, here. Sorry, that one. You had mentioned, the desire to brighten this area up, enliven it, make it cheerful, possibly with art, possibly through lighting design and color. I wanted to reflect back to you that the artist member of the commission who couldn't be here made a point that I thought was really valid, which is using this space for artwork versus a very well-designed space and a very well-lit space. I don't know if you've put that aside, but it kind of, it could have the unintended impact of diminishing that artwork and leaving it very open to like hot, ketchup hands and everything else.
Yeah, I think maybe using the term art, lowercase a, design, if you will. We don't want to put art in a box
Right.
and ask it to fix our problems.
Right.
We're going to fix our own problems. We're going to design this and it's going to be cheerful, bright and colorful.
Okay,
I think that's the intent.
Okay, great.
I did not mean to diminish art or put it in a box.
I wasn't saying you did. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we bring up a site plan? We're gonna start with the southwest corner from Corona. And I want to agree and note that the only reason that we can look at this in this level of detail is because of your responsiveness to this, and because we know that you're going to the CAC very soon. We want to make sure that you have all of the benefit of our perspective representing the people who live in the neighborhoods around there as we go into that process. So starting on that southwest corner, we talked a lot about the massing of those buildings. And I know, Greg, that you mentioned that, you're limited in the space, and I hear that, but you can do things to limit massing or push it in one way or another. And none of that has really changed since we started talking about it. So I want to just note for the record that that we still are requesting that you move that building, the massing of it in some other fashion, mass it away from that walkway, which is really, its proximity there is just too close. And we're requesting that you move that. As we have every other time we've spoken about this. Yeah. And I want to also say that we have also raised this question, and maybe this is like a DD task of bringing some ground floor activation there, and otherwise turning that into something more open and engaged than a blank wall on those masses.
One of our issues there is that it's in the floodplain. So we're just, what we'd have to do there would be a little bit more complicated, but that's one of the issues. Plus that's where a lot of the service goes. There's a lot of infrastructure at that point, right at that juncture. So we've spent a lot of time trying to put all the infrastructure and all the servicing inside the building because, it really it's a front door all the way around, if you will. So that's one of the tricks there. And one of the reasons why the building comes out here. There's a huge amount of servicing that happens right through this zone. And so that's one of the issues we have. So, it's a big week. We're submitting the application this week. And, it's still a competitive process. And so, it's very hard to move that in. We believe me, we looked at every possible way to do it. We looked at turning it, but between egress and servicing and everything, it's tough. We will continue to look at it though.
Okay, thank you. I mean, look, that's all we can ask for. We will continue to ask for it.
Yes.
Because we care about what that experience, we want people who come from that side who are very much lacking in open space to really feel like this is a welcoming park. And I know that that's your intention as well. And we think giving it a little bit more breathing space, because that, in plan, you can't feel it, but like, the buildings, you're in a little bit of a canyon. So we're really strongly still pressing for that. Okay.
I think.
Show that image.
Can we go to 533?
It's 100 and something.
The street side experience is quite removed from the building, and we do feel actually kind of comfortable with the open space provision there, especially with the sound field portion, which is quite broad. Page 33, or 34, I guess. There you go. This is that corner that you're talking about. We like this. We feel this is public and inviting. You've got your new multi-mode bike lane, a new wide sidewalk. We're preserving the existing trees. We have new dense planting. There's actually a lot of light that comes in here, 63 backs in the right way. And then on the south side, it's not really a park. But I do feel confident the open space commission here as a kind of response to what you're describing. And I don't know if you have it, but the current condition for that. If you click back.
Oh, I know
This is
that.
the current condition and
Yeah.
it sucks. Our intent is to totally reconfigure this and reimagine this. And so again, if you just toggle back, this is the vision, right? It is public, it is inviting, it is welcoming.
And I mean, we understand your point completely, but it's 130 feet wide at that point. So it's not too much of a canyon. It absolutely, where the music venue comes in, it narrows down. I think that's that's 60. So even at the most narrow spot, it's still a New York City side street wide. But we understand your point. We're going to continue to look
Maybe
at it.
next time you come back, we can see the interior plan.
Sure.
So if you aren't able to do that, we understand why that would be helpful.
Okay, no problem. We're happy to do that.
Because it is within PDC's purview to talk about the massing.
We understand.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the northwest corner, 34th, North Corona. We could look at that.
Maybe a plan, right? Page 3, we're just going to toggle back and forth.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Page 3.
We just want to look at the delineation between the pedestrian and the bicycle traffic on that side.
Okay, so let's go to the north. And I think that's like slide 40 something. Maybe just keep clicking through here. Thank you. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is a present day condition along 34th connection.
Yeah.
It also sucks. We're looking to reimagine this, right? And build a park-like environment for, I'm not sure how to toggle back to we get to this slide here, 54. This is kind of the vision here, right? We're putting planting in as much places as we possibly can within the limits of the utility corridor, and including, this is all new since last time we spoke to you. This used to be a shared path, kind of diminished. We now have a dedicated bicycle facility as well as a pedestrian facility cutting through there.
Great, much better. Okay. Let's look at then the southeast corner from Willits. I think we looked at that, but let's look at that again.
Oh, yeah, this would be slides 20, I'm riffing here, 20-ish. Okay, down, sorry, folks. Keep rolling, 30, 40, yeah, here we go. Let's start at 44. This is what we showed you before.
Right, and we know it's already much, much better.
And if you click the next, that's the current design here.
Yes, so all we want to ask you to do here is to study the impact of the shadows and the wind on that area and just think about the massing of those little parking structures.
Yes.
And how all of that would affect that, but thank you for this area, which we think is much improved. Let's go to northeast, the parking structure. We were just looking at that with Bill's comment.
Yeah, maybe click on one of those renderings, maybe 55-ish.
So this, I don't know if we have any drawings that address the comment that I have about that, is really just looking at the way the cycleway separates into bike lanes and how that intermittent use area works. It's like a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All that.
This has all actually been coordinated with DOT. If in our original design, I think this was a little bit more unified from a diagrammatic perspective, but this is how DOT wants to line things, right? So it lines up with the intersection that is across the street. So you're crossing at the right connections. And that's what you're seeing there.
Do you think that will be clear to pedestrians and cyclists, James, from your perspective?
Yeah, so bike lanes are painted that green, which is like incredibly obvious.
Right.
And then from a pedestrian connection, we are separating that with a little, in two ways, with a visual barrier, but also a tactile barrier. So that for those who have eyesight issues or whatever, we can,
Yeah.
you know, establish that barrier.
So you're happy with that? You think that's safe and clear?
Yeah, this is already above and beyond what's required from a DOT perspective, this 10-foot path. This is, you will remember what we had before was a shared path.
Yeah, no,
10
that's
foot
what-
wide
yeah.
in total
Every now-
for
yeah.
both. And so we pulled them apart. And we really like what's happening on page 54. We're jamming in as many trees as possible, which is a significant increase from what we had before. I think we treated this as kind of a, you know, a lesser area in our previous submission, and this is now a bolstered park tissue.
Yeah, it's much better.
Because we wanted folks who were gonna be living in new apartment buildings.
Exactly.
Right, to have a pleasant experience as they walked to and from, or biked to and from, and most would probably choose, as long as the weather's nice, not to walk underneath the garage.
Yeah, and this connects all the way to 34th on the other side too, right into Queens, which is already an amazing corridor. So
Over
we're,
the Jim Burke Bridge. That's right.
that is that, yes, over the bridge that extends over to, like, yeah, Queens.
Okay, and can we look at the North Marina area?
Yeah, I think we have.
And
some-
also, I just want to say, we all appreciate that you have identified, I think it was your team who made a point to say that that connection to the marina is an important one.
Yeah, well, I think it's something that Greg presented in the beginning, that green strident diagram that connects from the Flushing Meadows Corona Park all the way to the bay. That's one of the grounding principles of the project. Yeah, click on 137. We are limited by highway infrastructure here. This is outside of our property and project bounds, actually. So these improvements are all kind of you know?
Yeah.
But it's important to us to have this connection moving north to the bay. The bay is not in great shape, but you know, in the future it may be. And so this connection provides that last little moment, not only facilitating connections to these surface parking lots, but from Flushing Meadows Corona Park through Metropolitan Park to the bay.
So designing under that overpass is not in your project limit?
It is. What you're seeing is in our project,
That's
right?
what-
Yeah, so you're seeing light security bollards, designated pedestrian zones connecting straight through the Northern Gateway Bridge into the park.
So we wanted to ask you to consider the light, the acoustic and the air quality
Yeah.
under here. Because right now we're looking at this rendering and it's I don't find it convincing as a way that people would use this space. I think similar to your comment about the walking through the garage.
Yeah.
You know, in this drawing, to me, the guy.
Yeah, this is
It's not,
a slightly conjecture, but it is a through space. So I don't think we actually want people hanging out here, but this is a
Right.
space to move to another space. So
Exactly.
I don't know if we're gonna create zones like
Yeah,
that.
no.
I don't think we're even gonna include benches here. We kind of want this
Right.
place to connect and move people to other great spaces.
yeah, and so what I'm.
Where there is
encouraging-
daylight, you know.
Yeah, I mean, but what I'm encouraging you to do is to bring the same kind of like strategy and sensibility that you would be using in the garage here.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
As opposed to like, us imagining that there would be some occupancy by people selling food or whatever.
Of course,
There is.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think
It's
that,
broadly used during game day, actually. This is a busy space, a lot of families, things like that.
coming back and forth there,
Yep.
yeah, okay, I think we wanted to also, yeah, let's look at the along Shea Road. And, so we were looking to kind of give pedestrians and bicyclists a little more space. And we're wondering
Yeah.
how that's going.
Yeah, so I think when we previously presented this to you, we had a small sidewalk.
Yeah.
The DOT minimum. We actually don't see this as a place where pedestrians will hang out. Again, this is kind of our connection space. That said, in its present day condition, there's nothing here. There is absolutely nothing. There's the existing trees, which are great. We're trying to retain those. But there is no sidewalk and there is no bike lane. So what we showed you previously was this, you know, designated sidewalk, designated bike lane with a landscape buffer. You asked for a wider, broader sidewalk. And so to accommodate that without, we did increase the sidewalk, but it did mean we lost a couple trees because we're impinging on their critical root zones. Things are getting a little tight here.
Well, there are other ways that we could move the walkway over that way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because we're not gonna lose trees, but we wouldn't want that.
Right, yeah, there's ways, I think there's some stormwater green infrastructure happening here, but I think, yeah, it's something we can look at, continue
If
to
you
look at, for
would,
sure,
you'd like
hundred
to
percent.
look at that again. I mean, I hear you that that's not gonna be a pleasant place. No one's gonna hang out
Yeah.
there, but people will,
Yeah,
it will become dense with circulation.
yeah, no, we agree with you on
Yeah.
that one, 100%.
So we want to make sure that there's adequate space. And right now, this drawing is very telling that there's not.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe there's some way to. I'm not going to design it for you, but I just think it's still, we would like you to look at solutions that don't involve removing trees, mature trees.
okay, yeah, we support you in that.
Okay. All right, I think that's the total of my comments on this, really about the circulation. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, again, I want to thank this team, who I know the only reason that we can come in with this level of specificity is because you've been playing ball with us and listening to what we're saying, and we really appreciate that. And, you know, we know you're going to the CAC, so good luck with that, and we look forward to seeing your next presentation with all of these things that we recommend in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the playing ball metaphor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We're going to begin again in one moment. Apologies to everyone watching online. Just give us 1 second. We're working through a technical difficulty and looking for a clicker for our presentation if anyone's listening.
Well, we can advance it.
Yes, we go ahead.
Okay, so let me introduce them properly this time. Okay. We'll now begin the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the construction of streetscape improvements and 2 multi-level enclosed pedestrian bridges as part of the Coney Island Gaming Facility and Resort at Stillwell Avenue and West 12th Street between Surf Avenue and Wonder Wheel Way in Brooklyn. This project was previously presented to the commission at a conceptual level during the May 27th, 2025 committee meeting. Today, the team will provide us with updates on its conceptual submission. As a reminder, PDC jurisdiction does not include the majority of the proposed Coney Gaming Facility, hotel, or parking structure, which is located on private property. PDC jurisdiction does include the public right-of-ways and the sky bridges that are located on or over city-owned property. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Welcome, and you may begin.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm just going to say a quick word and then get straight to it with the team. I know it's hot. We want to move through it. Nick Benatti, liaison for DOT. I just want to say that the team has done really a ton of work in trying to address the comments that we heard the last time. Obviously, there's a lot of complexity to sort of move back and forth between, but I really just wanted to give them a shout out and really trying to push this forward and address the comments that we heard while still balancing all the needs of the project as well. So with that, okay. Thanks. You can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Dan Chaplin, Senior Partner at FXT. So we really are, break this up into 2 parts. One is about the sky bridges and the other one is about the development. So in terms of the sky bridges, there's really 3 parts. One is just you can oh. Sure. So just real quick, the bridge modifications are really in three buckets. One is really a substantial reduction in the size and girth of these. The second is in the design of the bridges. And third, we wanted to sort of benchmark them and show you scale comparisons because I think there is this is really high bridges. They're high up. And then next, Amy will take over and talk about the landscape realm. So if we go to the next slide, really, I just wanted to highlight this before I got into the graphics. From the quantitative, the size reductions, there are 2 bridges on Stillwell. The first thing we did, and you'll see this in both bridges, is the lowest level is a connector level and not a gaming floor. And we've made that from the width of the bridge to about half or less than half the width of the bridge. And that allows us to make an underbelly, what I call, and I'll show you some examples of that. But it opens up sight lines, it reduces the apparent volume, it softens its impression. And then up above on Stillwell, we went from 78 to the bare minimum of 70. So we've really tightened things up. On West 12th, we did the same maneuver on the lowest level. We angled it in. We reduced the 2 gaming floors to 70 from 90, almost 92. You'll see the 8th floor is really brought in well. So it's really almost like a penthouse. You can't really visually see it. It's not prominent from the street. And then finally, we've totally eliminated the 9th floor program. So this represents a significant reduction in scale. Then in terms of the design itself, I think the biggest comment and I thought it was right on is instead of conceiving the bridges as extensions of the buildings, really think of it as like 3 buildings and 2 neutral connectors. And that's what we've done. As I said, we've been able, with this maneuver of the lowest floor, been able to sculpt the underbelly. The gaming floors themselves, we have a concept for making something that is light and soft as possible in terms of reflecting the sky. with the, what I call shingling of the glass. And then finally, the rooftop is treated as a green edge. So if you go to the next slide, this is where we were. This is the Stillwell. The boardwalk is here, surface to your left. This was the former section through the building next. And then if you see the two big moves, as like I said, we brought that tunnel down to a minimum 30 feet, so you can have bypassing cars and walkway, and then angled it up. So the sight lines, you can, someone here, really, the sight lines open up by knocking out those corners. It lightens it up. The second is the two gaming floors are brought in, and you'll see the shingling, and then go to the next floor, next one. This is the previous scheme on West 12th, which was 5 stories. And if you go to the next slide, I think this is quite dramatic of a reduction. Again, the connector is really squeezed to its minimum. There are 2 gaming floors, and that's the connector on top. So again, with sight lines and an angled roof, this is really brought down to a minimum. There's a setback between the top of the gaming floor and this hotel connection, so that you're really going to see greenery. And finally, the floor above is completely eliminated. So if you go to the next slide, and then this was a previous transverse section. And if you keep your eye over here, if you go to the next slide, you really see that reduction, and that it really reduces the bulk of the bridge. So next. So that's the dimensional bulk, but let's talk about the perception of the bulk. This is a project we completed about 5 years ago in Bethesda, Maryland, and it has open to a public park space. This is much lower. This is about 1/3 of the height of what we're proposing here, but it has the same idea of this sculpted underbelly with a interesting reflective surface that, tends to pick up on the various landscape and people and activity. So it has the effect of lightening it. If you go to the next slide, then in terms of the 2 gaming floors, this is a Tom Pfeiffer project also in Washington. But I think this comparison is super instructive. I mean, this is the shingling. It angles the glass out. So when you look at it, it's a little more reflective as well. It reflects the sky. This building beyond is like a sheer glass building, and it reads very dark. And we don't want that. We want something that's really light and soft. If you go to the next slide. And then finally, topping the bridges off with greenery, something that spills over. That's something that signals the public nature of the rooftop. Go to the next slide. So now I'm going to do a quick walkthrough tour of some of our visualizations, so you get a sense of these 2 bridges. And this is arriving by subway. As I always say, the first thing you see is sky. The hotel is moved off, and then here's Bridge 1, Bridge 2, Stillwell on the right, 12th on the left. You go to the next slide. This was a version of the previous view that there was a lot of discussion of last time, which had the Welcome to Coney Arch and so forth. So here what you can see, and Amy will get into the whole discussion of the public realm here, but that's the underside of the bridge, 54 feet up. This lighter area is the sculpted underbelly to be developed and designed. These are the shingled glass walls, and that's the green space on top. Next. That's what I just said in graphics, but I do feel like the scale of the opening we'll come back to in a moment when we compare that to other bridges around town. Next. So now we'll continue with the sort of current and proposed. So this is now you've crossed over Surf, you're heading south. This is Stillwell. This is the current condition. No one thinks this is great, but one thing it does show is, this gate that was built, some of the amusements, a little hint of some of the other roller coasters. So if you go to the next slide, this is the as of right condition. This is approved zoning. This is actually in our zoning study as a reasonable worst case development scenario. So, there is the perception that these streets are going to be, once you get it south of Surf, it's wide open, I think is a little bit of a misnomer, because there could be buildings here. So if you go to the next slide, and then this is our proposed. So again, Nathan's on the right, your back is immediately, you're just south of Surf, your back is to Surf. You still have all that openness. The underside of this is 54 feet. That would be that sculpted underbelly, so you're really getting more sky, the two shingled gaming floors and the green roof. Okay, let's move to West 12th. This is north of Surf. Actually, it's north of it's between Surf and Neptune, and it's where there's two elevated subway lines that go on. If you go to the next slide, this is the as of right condition. And then if you go to the proposed, that's the proposed. The bridges, in terms of, are already obscured by two very, significant pieces of infrastructure. Now, if you go to so this is the north side of Surf. Coney Island Museum is on the right. And the amusements, again, I think the perception of like, once you're on Surf, you see everything, but in the as of right, go to the next slide. There's a lot of the Wonder Wheel and so forth are obscured. If you go to the next slide, one could argue maybe there's even a little bit more reveal because we are moving this wall back east by approximately 8 feet to allow for a wider 12th Street connection. So that's the underside of the bridge. That's the underbelly and the two walls. Yeah, and as I said before, you can't really perceive the connection between the hotel and that here because it's set back substantially. Next. So now we're cross Surf, today's condition, the as of right, and then the proposed. Same story. We've also added trees and so forth according to the requirements. So I think this will become a feel like a public street that goes down to the shore. Next.
Apologies, I just want to remind you, we have
We're almost
very
done.
limited
Yep,
time.
yep.
Thank you.
This is it. So just 3 scale comparisons and I'll turn it over. The blue in all these are what's there today. The red is our proposed opening on Stillwell. So FIT, this is the High Line, and then the next one, and I just want to pause on this one, is the Port Authority ones. We're substantially narrower, we're twice as high. I just think it's a totally different condition, and it'll have a light underbelly. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy. Yeah.
Dan, can you hear?
Yeah.
So. Oh, we have a clicker. Does it work? So do I. Yeah. So. It's good to see some of you that we didn't get to see last time. I'll make this quick. For the landscape, one of the biggest concerns was whether or not we really had room to do what we were trying to implement. So we brought some more comparisons of other very trafficked, well-used spaces in New York. Prominent plazas. The first one here is Channel Gardens at Rockefeller Center. You can see that it's about half the width of Stillwell Avenue. Yet it has both a day presence and a special event presence, highly used. Also Plaza 33, which is 70 feet wide compared to Stillwell, which is 100 feet wide, also very well used. One Vanderbilt Plaza, 75 feet compared to 100 feet. And then finally, One Manhattan West, which comes the closest. It's 85 feet wide, so almost as wide as Stillwell and a bit longer. For each of these, we made that our basis for sort of re-looking at our design. You're going to see today some improvements we made on the 12th Street side, as well as along Stillwell Walk. We've redesigned the accessible access. So jumping into it, here's our overall design. You'll see it overall looks much like it did before, but there are some significant changes that actually change it in terms of its use. On Surf Avenue, like before, it still has that historic typology for furnishings. We've added this to clarify that 12th Street and 15th Street will match the citywide standard for streetscapes. So it will look a lot like the rest of New York. In terms of the width, we are giving 8 feet wide back to the public space, as Dan mentioned. And then going back, and I forgot to mention that we have also added some street trees along 12th, which is what was the request last time from this group. The concept still is to bring, to use nature as both a calming presence and also just to tie the site to its original undeveloped condition. We have room for vehicular access as well as pedestrian access, both wide spaces and smaller, more intimate spaces. We're designing to the design flood elevation, which gives us some complication in terms of the access to the 2 buildings. So we are achieving 3.5 feet of rise there in order to meet the design flood elevation. We have a series of plazas starting at Surf Street. This is the first plaza, which would be for community events and also the broader Nathan's events. One of the key questions was whether or not there was enough room for all the people and as well as to include some furnishings and things for daily use. So we've added that to our exhibit here. I can do this, but there are tables and people also now on the plaza. Moving in a little bit further, you see the dune-shaped seat walls and the grove planting. And these have been, are shown with movable furnishings and people use in a daily configuration. Little bit of a look back toward the subway access. At the midpoint, we have another plaza that can become more active for special events. It's also begins to be the lead into the main entry point into the next area, which is where the access to the buildings are on either side. This is where we've made the major amount of design changes. Previously, the accessible entries were at different points at either end. And what we've done is we've aligned the accessible entry with the entry to the stairs so that you are at the stairs, you see the entries of both buildings. And you can, sorry, I think I'm moving my mic. You can also enter the accessible route at the same time. So it's really clear if you're using a stroller, if you're using a wheelchair, if you have a bum knee, whatever it is, that you can enter the buildings from that same point. It's a little more universal design. Again, another exhibit showing the social seating spaces and how those areas could be designed and people in terms of everyday use. And here was where you see highlighted the accessible entry points. Cross-section of those spaces. Here's one view standing approximately a little bit in front of where the bridge would be and looking back toward a surf. And then finally, you get to the last flexible plaza, which we're seeing as more of a performance space. During the week, it's small performances, maybe some classes, some social seating. And then as you can see, this is an exhibit showing how the whole street could be designed to be a public event, tents, different activities. And this is honestly kind of a small event. There's room for a lot more tents and a lot more activity as well. Some exhibits, views from the center looking toward the boardwalk. And then you can see in the previous proposal, and the main difference you can see in the updated proposal is how much more room you have between the top of the, or the bottom of the bridge and the site. Some more views looking back toward the subway. And again, the previous and the proposed, you see a lot fewer steps. We've added the handrails. And then another question was about whether or not planting would work here. And we've really conceptualized a list based on maritime and shrubland and grassland plants that are approved by parks. Of course, this is conceptual and would have to be updated based on as we moving through, probably augmented with other plants. And I think that's the end. We'd love to talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. I'm going to put it on slide.
Thank you. Would you, in the spirit of your presentation, you talked about the Skyway, you talked about the landscape. Would you like to begin with the landscape or should we begin with the sky?
Sure. Begin with the landscape, and I apologize I was not here last time, but I have reviewed the work in progress and I have followed through. And I guess the first thing I would like to say is that I think the scale comparisons are really, really helpful. They're helpful in the sense that they make you understand how much push and pull of different types of scales of spaces can fit within this area. And when I look at those against the plan, I feel the plan is still not there yet in terms of that push and pull. I'm going to explain why. If we were to take Manhattan West, for example, Manhattan West has spaces very similar to what you're describing. It has intimate sitting areas. It has planting beds that are sizable, others that are smaller. It has a central space for events. That central space on the winter turns into an ice skating rink. But on the summer, for example, has these very large scale pieces of furniture that can be put together as a stage, but can be also disparate as furniture. So the space feels activated on the day-to-day, but it can also hold large-scale events. If you were to place that plan against your plan, you have much more significant amount of open space and circulation than you have of spaces that are, let's say, inviting on the day-to-day. And I'm curious, I know a lot of that is driven by the 25-foot wide access path and driven by the interest to have 3 flexible plazas. But I feel in a way, the 3 flexible plazas take away from creating a public space that actually is of human scale on the day-to-day, which is mostly when people will experience it. So my first question for you is, why the 3 flexible plazas? Why could we not think of a scheme similar to Manhattan West with one sizable space that's flexible and the rest having a little bit more hierarchy amongst themselves?
I think each of the flexible plazas has a particular audience. The first plaza is really designed to accommodate Nathan's events.
The first being moving north to south.
Sorry, the first one is as you come off the subway.
So north.
Yeah. So that plaza, this one, yes. We have kept a sizable area clear at the very entry point, partly because it's crowds coming off of the subway, but also because Surf Avenue is where the Mermaid Parade is. It's where the hot dog eating contest is. There's a need for a huge open space. I think the point that you make is good, though, in terms of the idea of temporary, like something that you can take in and take out. I think that would be the question is, how, what kind of temporary furnishings you might want to develop. I think that would have to be developed with whoever might be programming the space that would be in that space. And in terms of the permanent stuff, like the planting and that kind of thing, I think that's the challenge in this space, for example. Don't want that to become trampled or overrun by the needs that Nathan's has for its
When you look at the Shannon Gardens and Rockefeller Center, I mean, what other space is as crowded as that? And it's in the planting design and the planter design, right? That it doesn't get overrun.
I think it's a different kind of audience, and it's a different kind of planting. I think we can look at it and see if there's more that we can add. I think part of that would have to be in conversation with Nathan's and the people that are really requesting that space stays.
So there's been a commitment to provide a space to Nathan's to continue having their activities. Is that correct? Yeah. And how often do those happen? besides the 4th of July hot dog eating contest? Annually?
Yeah, and then there's Mermaid. Yeah.
But there has not been a commitment made. It was thought, the thought was if they wanted, we were kind of planning this in accommodation, not as a commitment. So, I mean, candidly, I'm open to ideas that you're.
So that's
suggesting.
one. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
understand what happens in the different spaces. So let's say that one, as you well said, it
Right.
accommodates all the
Right.
foot traffic coming from the subway, the potential Nathan's events, which we know.
There's also the
draw.
parades and so forth. It does seem
Parades,
like you need a
right.
you sort of need an entry.
And like also like Nathan's leases that space, so they don't even own the building. So I mean, there's also that.
Yeah.
Then talk to us about the Midway Flex Plaza. What do you see happening there that could not take place on the north or the south?
I think in this space, we are thinking that it could become someplace where there's, maybe there are kiosks there all the time. There is more permanent furnishing there all the time. It's a little bit more focused on what the retail might be along either side. So those stores could be having events that are associated with that space. So again, it's sort of leaving a space open for either something associated with retail, associated with the broader neighborhood. That's a little bit more central to Stillwell.
But aren't the retail spaces the ones on the kind of raised platforms where you have the yellow furniture?
Retail all.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes.
So I
Interior.
guess I just want to understand, how does the retail then activate that central area where you have the label that says Midway
There's
Flexible
also,
Plaza?
am I wrong? There's also retail on the backside of Nathan's as well. Is that not planned?
Yeah.
But I guess I would ask, are you designing something? Is the intention to just leave it not designed and then the retail just decides? Because we don't know what the retail will be, right?
Yeah, we don't.
No, I mean, I think the intention was really, we heard a lot of feedback early on that these were open streets and they needed to remain open. So candidly, the design reaction was to try and create open spaces for that use. So if the preference is to do more landscaping, make it more interactive, we're definitely open to it.
I think what we're trying to understand is what are the set uses that both the retailers that are there today, as well as yourselves, plan to inform the public space?
Yeah.
And where does the public space actually need to be articulated? Because flexibility can be productive if there is a series of elements, either movable furniture, as you mentioned, or retailers are intending to have a dedicated space. In the absence of that, it can feel like a windswept, completely empty, inhospitable place. And I think the design is somewhere in between, and it hasn't gone one side or the other. So what I would like to help with is if we can figure out what you imagine can happen in each one of these flexible plazas, could they accommodate a design that keeps them flexible, but still anchors it? So for example, when you mentioned the performance space by the boardwalk, I think that's a fantastic idea, right? Because the great thing about performance spaces in public space is that people can sit on the steps and watch people go by, or there can be a performance. But I don't see it in the design, in the way the design is articulated. Because when you show the sketch of where you would put the performance space and the seats, they're completely far away from where the steps are. The steps are not really doing that job. So I think there's some great ideas here, but they're not quite calibrated to the scale of the plan. And I'm just trying to help you figure out if that wants to be a performance space, maybe the steps need to be more oriented like this, so that they are actually facing the future place where you will put the stage. And could the stage be something that's also a piece of furniture that gets moved around, or a place where people even sit? Coney Island has a lot of street performers. It would be a space that
of course.
people activate, right? So I think you have the right intentions, but the design, it's not showing them yet.
Maybe I can just,
I
yeah.
have a question, just so I can kind of understand what might be the kind of permanent activity. Like, for example, if you had a ground level water place thing that only came on at certain times, is that the kind of activity that you're thinking of might be?
That would be awesome for the Central Plaza. Kids can splash around. You have an event, you turn it off, you put tents on top of it and you
Yeah.
go, right? So it's kind of that design thinking, how can this work on the day to day? But when I do have events, understanding how can those events be deployed quite easily? So it also does not become a very cumbersome thing. Sure. Right? So for performances, having sitting steps is great because you don't need to deploy chairs, but the sitting steps need to be configured in a way that they do create an audience, visual connection to the center stage.
Can you go to the slide that actually has all of the different stuff on it? The different events?
Yeah, okay.
It's down. So almost the last. That one, yeah. So for example, I think with this one, what we were going for was a combination of space to lay out chairs, but then also the expanded audience able to use this kind of configuration.
But I don't think it's gonna work like that. You need access, so people are gonna be walking around behind the chairs in front of the sitting steps and blocking the view. Like it needs to be thought of as an actual performance space. Like look at precedents of performances. For example, the ticket booth on Times Square. It is oriented towards a central plaza. So that's why people sit there and observe impromptu performances. They observe the day-to-day because it has a specific orientation to it.
I think what's also important to note on that is,
Yes.
I think what's also an interesting point that I'm just thinking about now as you're talking about is that we should show a diagram in the next iteration we come back that shows the EDC pedestrianized street that's south of us here and how that intersection there works, because they've obviously programmed it a certain way and obviously it has to interact with that well.
And that may also inform what happens here, right? This space may provide a larger scale for performances that street doesn't. But I think it needs to be laid out on how you think the performance will work to understand what the design does. And my
diagram should also show perhaps the vehicular, the clear fire.
Yes, because
space.
when you look at your clear fire space, if you want to go back to that slide, you still have a lot of open space up beyond that. You can really push things in up to that line. You see, like there's a lot of extra space there that's not doing anything. The other thing, for example, if you want to activate those terraces with outdoor seating, which I think could be a really cool space, you're showing 4 tables. So that's not going to be marketable. But if I push that to be at the right edge of the 25-foot area, look at how much space you could gain, right? So it's that push and pull. You have the right programs and ideas, but I think the space it's a little bit disparate and it needs to tighten up based on those uses that you're describing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Isabel. Maybe we can turn to the Skyways. I want to just start with, I have a question for you, Nick. The original intention of the Skyways was what exactly?
So I mean, it's twofold and Jody has actually the full history here, but the big thing from the DOT perspective is that they facilitate the pedestrianization of Stillwell, right? So without that connector, and you can see that bottom level has cars, they're really small.
Right,
But
exactly.
that gets cars into the structure and into the parking facilities
Right.
without having to use Stillwell. Without those
That's
skybridges,
those, little boxes with the cars at the.
yeah, correct. So the vehicular circulation is actually internalized into the building. And the team could talk more about how that all works, but that frees up any vehicles then needing to go down to Stillwell and access the new facility.
And that's the primary purpose that DCP and DOT articulated in allowing for that Skyway, is that correct?
Among others, I'm sure, but yes, that was definitely from at least the DOT perspective, right? I don't want to speak for my colleagues at city planning.
Yeah.
But that was one of the key pieces for us from a transportation analysis perspective.
Okay, great. So I
guess-
think we're going to be asking the team to keep your Skyway to that dimension for the cars and not for the gaming floors. It's a historic landscape that many people will come to to enjoy. And that public street, which you were giving so much love and attention to, will become an attraction in its own right and part of the park. And we feel that that will be much more enjoyable, brighter, the views will be more retained if we keep that Skyway to a minimum. So we're going to require that, and that's within PDC's purview.
Thank you. One of the things that I think Nick didn't mention, and sorry, my name is Jody Stein, I'm the land use attorney, is as part of our application for a casino, we have, this is the property that we have, that the applicant has. It's not as voluminous as some other properties that some other applicants may have. And it's not necessarily connected by, it is interrupted by some streets. And so casinos operate specifically on certain floor plans and within certain square footages. And our sky bridges contain casino floor area. And so that is really important to our program. And we did eliminate floors that don't have casino floor area on them as part of the request to remove portions of the Sky Bridge. But I think, it's really difficult. We want to have a contiguous site, which is one of the requirements of our application to the state. And so that's one of the reasons for our schedule.
There's a whole host of other security. And why the gaming floors have to be connected and not, not continuous is first, there's a whole host of security issues and other related things that go into this. If they were in two different buildings, like that just doesn't work from a practical perspective.
So I understand your perspective and I hear you on the desire for that, but we're not going to allow a Sky Bridge that size. It's just not going to be approved. So if you want to present something to us with a different way of connecting that, this is a historic landscape and, it will be, there's a desire for casinos for various reasons. And there's things that are of value in this historic beloved landscape that we have to strike a balance. That's your job. And so we're asking you to reduce that to the car passageway because we understand that's what would be necessary to keep the street traffic off the street and to come up with some other solution to make your application fit the requirements. That's what we're asking.
I understand. So we will, we'll take a look at this, but I do want to just reiterate that, our application is required to have a contiguous site. It cannot be contiguous without the sky bridges and.
I understand that.
Okay. Thanks.
So again, we are looking for you to reduce that to the size of the vehicular requirements so that we can keep vehicular traffic off the street. And at that point, we will consider approving it. But again, we have purview over public land or anything over public land, which this Skyway is.
Right.
Any other comments, commissioners? Bill, Carrie?
The 70-foot wide bridges are gaming facilities?
They are.
Okay,
part of
so it's
the
not just
casino.
about
Correct.
by people move transit.
It's both.
So I see the cars, yeah, but I mean,
Transit and then two.
okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. And the, 70 feet is really the minimum.
Yeah, yeah. It was just more the use of that. It's being used as gaming. It's not just being used to get people from point A to point B. 70 feet wide is very wide. I mean, it's a big room, so.
It's to create two contiguous gaming floors. That is the intent. That's the intent, just to be.
With gaming floors couldn't be accomplished any other.
Not the size and. Yeah.
Right. I mean, we had I know, and I apologize, you weren't here at the last meeting. We went and at the last meeting went through a bunch of, we started this application proposing to demap the streets. And up until, and we went through this at the last meeting, but up until last September and during our scoping hearing, actually, our application was to demap the streets, which would not have, not that we don't want to be before you, but it would not have put us before you. And throughout a bunch of meetings with many city agencies, we came to the determination with city agencies to pull our application back to just the sky bridges because, we were told, let's just make this the least application that we needed. It will, this is what will be done. We'll do volumes of air above the city streets. This is what we'll go with. You'll have, you'll go before the Public Design Commission. We said, okay, we got introduced to Nick and Paloma, who have been wonderful. And we have been going through this process. This was not the original intent. And so we had a design for West 12th Street. We had a design for Stillwell Avenue. This is the whole project changed. We would have been before you a long time ago had we planned this because this had been in planning for since 2022. So things have changed.
And just, I'd be remiss without saying, there's also a whole host of public benefits in terms of the rooftop space that we've talked to a number of people about, and that's been requested that we have publicly accessible rooftop. Like these sky bridges are the only way that's possible.
Right, there's over an acre of public space that is only connected through the rooftop, through the sky bridge, on top of the sky bridge, that connects the buildings.
I really hear you, and we're asking you to come up with a smaller solution. I really do hear you, and I understand your feelings about this. It's too big.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question, right? You say smaller solution, like that's not different than what you had described.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you wanted to try to have a walkway for people to walk from one side to the other, we might consider that. But right now, our position is we're only allowing for the vehicular passage because that's what DCP and DOT, that was their rationale for permitting the sky bridge. That's our position.
We went through many iterations with DCP and DOT. No, I fully know. We went through walkways, we went through underbridges, we went through iterations for months and months and months to figure out how to configure these buildings. And this is what we landed on with the agencies. I know you weren't part of it because
I apologize for that expectation. Our job at PDC is to protect the best interest of the residents of New York City. And this is a beloved historic landscape with views that date back 100 years. And you're already putting in something that would be huge. I mean, in some ways, I don't know that your as of right zoning massing and diagrams serve you. And I also think that the drawings that you have on the sky bridge are unconvincing because it will be lit presumably from within. And so, it's not going to disappear. So I think, I think we're asking you to take a look at that and to honor that history and the fact that others use the space for other purposes.
I really appreciate and unbelievably respect that. And I do just want to say that, in previous iterations of our presentation, which I'm sure you have seen, there have been, sky bridges and this Coney Island this is not new for Coney Island, these types of superstructures. This is actually probably one of the first places that these types of structures was built. It's an ever-changing landscape over here.
It's different though, right?
Of course, it's always different.
Yeah. So I mean, we're at an impasse here. It feels like, and I know you've all put a lot of work into it. I do concur with my fellow commissioners, which is why, as I look at this, right, and I'm like, okay, we're sort of like stuck here in our tracks, and you've got the best and the brightest here, and there's a lot of desire to make this happen, right? And I'll just ask one more time, because it seems to me like you have to be contiguous, because that's what you've been told you have to do in order to be in the running here. I get that. You've got to have the ability for some cars to transit. I get that. And then you've got to have gaming floors, right? That's what a casino does, right? It has gaming floors. I get that. And then within the envelope of the building and the whole superstructure, there's no way to mass your gaming floors differently that would also allow you to get you know, the contiguous nature with some kind of sky bridge or some walkway or something like that. And then the transit, like, you know, either we're stuck, which feels like we're stuck right now here, right? Or you all come up with another way. And is there no other way to mask these gaming floors that allows you to do this? Or not?
This is on. Oh, yeah. So I really appreciate you're trying to sort of find the nugget here and or the sort of key to the Gordian knot. But so I just want to make sure I'm hearing what you all are saying. You know, there's two parts of this. One is like, I guess it really comes down to what's the nature of contiguous, right? And how wide is contiguous and how large is contiguous? And, you know, if you're saying that is all you are approving, then I really do think you are basically, you know, you're putting the result of that will be that the gaming floors will be non-contiguous because you have to be able to, once you get into security, be able to circulate throughout. If you're saying this needs to be reconfigured and some of this space find its way in the footprint, that's a different story. So I'm just trying to or get a little bit more thinking behind, you know, the lack of a better word, directive here.
Yeah, and I guess like,
Yeah.
in terms of, just add one more question on that, like, in terms of the scale of West 12th,
Yeah.
the reduction there from 70 to 30 and those things, are those appropriate or are they still not appropriate? If you want to look the other. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. It's really the go-to after that. Yeah, yeah.
We did, you know, Dan mentioned obviously we
Right.
went pretty far in terms of like looking at the bare minimum, and we took some pretty drastic steps, I think, but I would love to, you know.
Sure. So our perspective is that in order to preserve the Romney Coney Island in this beloved historic landscape, we would like to see these sky bridges be as small as possible. And if we could restrict it just to vehicles, that would be great. If you all can come up with some solution that dramatically changes the size of that you can still, like we asked you to look at what's the smallest possible thing, and I'm not saying that we need to prove it, because I'm speaking out for myself, although I do have the perspective of other commissioners. Perhaps there's some way that you can move that and just call it contiguous, but our position is that we would like to see this be only for vehicles. And then if you have to keep it contiguous, we will consider whatever we put in front of us.
And to take it back to your question, I mean, for me, contiguous can mean pedestrian circulation back and forth, not a sizable building that also holds gaming facilities, right? So it could even be part of the experience to go from one building to the other, but perhaps it's only for the pedestrians. Perhaps it's about actually creating great viewpoints out to the landscape, but it's not about filling those spaces with gaming facilities, which is what really bulks up the volume.
If you look at it as maybe it's a kind of circulation challenge
Yeah.
for those floors.
Yeah.
And then that
Yeah.
becomes a kind of cool amenity.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like this magical space, and you get into those like groups, like what is it, Wolves Collective or whatever, to design some experience in here. I think we can consider that, but it has to be.
It seems to me that we're calling it a bridge but it's a 5-story building.
Right.
And if bridges could be great, bridges would be charming, but a 5-story building is a 5-story building, so.
Yeah, I mean, that, and I said it before, like, the public area on the roof won't be there. But just,
You know, I think if that's where it has to be, in our experience, we would be arguing for the maximum public area. In our experience as a commission, the public areas at the ground level, the street level tend to be understood and used as public areas. Roof areas, especially on a casino or privatized structure, tend to be, even if they are technically public, less than used as public spaces because people understand them being part of whatever it is, the casino, the hotel, or whatever. So, I mean, we would rather work on improving the experience at the ground level, which attends our comments about that space in between. There's a kind of school of thinking about landscape, that if you get that right, everything around it will be right. That was the strategy that was taken on Governor's Island. That was the strategy when Central Park was built. That was the strategy at Rockefeller Center. There are many great public spaces that were built without exactly knowing what's around them. And because they were so well done, everything around them kind of arranged itself in a perfect way. And I think if you get that scale of that skybridge right and design like a really beautiful space underneath along the lines that this goal is suggesting, I think you're going to end up with a much stronger scheme than what you have.
And one that is gonna be more welcoming to the general public than the terrace that some may or may not know exists there.
Right.
Sorry.
Look, I've just speaking on behalf of the city here and city agencies. This has been a very long effort. It's on the verge of their application to the Gaming Commission. And certain assumptions have to be baked into that. And the city's position has been, we're not going to take steps that will advantage or disadvantage your application. So I'm apprehensive about this. If our message is we are willing, we want to continue to work with you and we're willing to continue. But if the message is no way, no how, then I can't associate myself with all these things. And the mayor's office can't associate itself with this because that's.
This to me is a question of scale. Are you comfortable with that, Bill?
Yeah, but I think, and I have a 2:45 that I really have to go to, but I think just recognizing the extreme sensitivity of this moment, their application is due on Friday.
Yeah. Okay, so let's summarize this way. We are asking you to reduce the size of the skybridge to as small as possible so that you can still make your submission and call it contiguous. We really believe that it will, and this is ultimately for the success of the venture, not necessarily the proposal, but a well-designed public realm with more minimal barrier that is respectful of the public and the history of the place will be a more, let's call it a successful integrated facility than otherwise. And will be more embraced and beloved in this particular community. So we will work with you and consider that, but we're.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for having that conversation with us.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. Okay, so